Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya will confront Russia over growing reports that its citizens are being recruited to fight in the war in Ukraine, says Foreign Affairs CS Musalia Mudavadi. Mudavadi called the practice unacceptable and clandestine and said Nairobi had shut down illegal recruiters and will urge Moscow to sign a deal banning the conscription of Kenyan soldiers. He added that about 27 Kenyans who were stranded in Russia after being illegally recruited to fight in the Ukraine war have so far been assisted to return home.
Where we sit, we have so far facilitated about 27 Kenyans to come back home, away from the front line and away from what they thought were different jobs, but lured into battle. We have seen loss of lives, and I am planning to make a visit to Moscow so that we can emphasize that this is something that needs to be arrested.
Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has criticized a section of governors for resisting the Senate's oversight on public resources. Cherargei says that instead of promoting the development and betterment of devolution, COG has turned into a professional gossip club with members facing serious corruption allegations and poor development records in their counties. The call comes as governors declared they will not show up before several Senate oversight committees over claims of harassment.
Any money that you've given, especially to the governors, Mr. Speaker, they must and should be accounted. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure them we will go harder and harder as we demand for each and every shilling. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for taking the lead. I watched your speech today as you condoled with Senator Mandago. And you said, what is it that to come and account? If we gave you 10 shillings, what is it that? Mr. Speaker, I've seen also your statement and I must celebrate you for providing leadership.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Kiambu Senator Karungo Wathangwa slammed the county bosses for trying to escape accountability.
Why can't we invite these governors, Mr. Speaker? A governor to come and stand there, especially that chair COG, to come and explain to the country whatever he says, which is unfairly castigating this Senate, Mr. Speaker. We should invite them. And Mr. Speaker, I was asking myself after watching this governor talk, I was asking him, what was easier to say? Was it for him to say they will no longer come to the Senate or they will no longer give bribes?
Detectives in Mathira West, Nyeri County, have arrested the suspect following the death of a 9-year-old girl. Chantel Waruguru Kagema disappeared on February 8th and her body was later recovered from a pit latrine in Kianjadhi village. Her parents reported her missing after returning home in the evening, which triggered a police search. Investigators found her undergarments and shoes on a mattress in a nearby abandoned house, confirming her identity. Crime scene investigation officers processed the evidence and a manhunt led to the arrest of Peter Njuguna, who's now in custody. Indonesia says it is preparing up to 8,000 soldiers for deployment to Gaza, the first country to do so as part of the Phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement brokered by the United States last year. The country's Army Chief of Staff said the training for the soldiers had already begun and they will focus on medical and engineering roles in Gaza. Indonesia has joined President Donald Trump's Board of Peace, which was announced last month. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed to Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. The time right now is exactly 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Bungala Mbuvi. I'm hanging out with an awesome gentleman called City Muga. City, habari asubuhi, wambaje?
Salama kaka, uko mzima?
Mimi niko mzima kabisa. Uliamka vyema, ulala vyema.
Ndivyo.
Yes. Nilikuwa naenda kuegeza gari pale kwa parking. Yes. So when I parked there, I found a vehicle that had obstructed me. Yes. So I hooted a bit twice, then the guy didn't move. So I decided to exit my car and then nikamgongea kioo. Kaambia bro, niaje? Si usonge kidogo ndio nipite nieke gari pale. Jamaa kaniondokea. He was in deep sleep. So he didn't hear my hooting. So anyway, guy moved, so I went and parked. So as I was now getting into the building, I met the security guard, and he told me, "Wow, do you know that guy has been there since 9 p.m. last night?" I was like, "Wait." I almost went back and asked him, "Bro, did you oversleep? Were you taking a power nap and you forgot that you're supposed to go home, or is there another issue that needs to be?" So unfortunately, I didn't get that chance. But wait, from 9 p.m. one spot. I've slept in the car a couple of times, and it's usually not fun. It's not comfortable at all. I cannot imagine from 9, which is more or less about my bedtime. From 9 p.m. last night mpaka saa hizi.
Amelala vizuri hiyo.
Jamaa amelala, well, I hope ametosheka na usingizi number 1. I hope amelala vizuri. Na nimemwacha akiendelea tu kulala.
8 hours.
Yes. Sleeping in the car is not comfortable.
It's not.
Yeah. So I wonder if I meet him some other time, because this is the second time I've met him. I'll probably ask him, bro, is there something going on that we need to know about? Because 9 p.m. till now. Haya. Uko vipi lakini? Wewe umefika vizuri?
So, people have many ways of sorting out matters that may be unresolved. And some find the oddest of places as being peaceful places for them to sort of like chill.
I hope hajafukuzwa nyumbani na bibi. And I hope hajafungiwa nyumba na landlord. I hope hatoroki landlord. Because there are several reasons why someone would be asleep from 9 p.m. one spot.
Well, he's found a good spot.
Yeah.
A spot is safe.
9? Hiyo ni noma. We're still celebrating Mambo ya Radio. Today we're going to be hosting the Media Council of Kenya. The CEO is going to be coming through. We'll talk a little bit about radio. But like I was telling you, met a couple of folks over this period of my career. And actually radio has allowed me to meet, to even travel to places I never thought I'd get to. Great stuff as far as that is concerned. What would you say your time in radio has done for you that you wouldn't have done or achieved had you continued being maybe a research scientist or a teacher?
The thing that being in radio, more so in this 21st century where media is audiovisual, radio is audiovisual rather.
Yes.
It's just how many people pay attention to the discussions we have, and how many people like to regurgitate what they've heard when they see you.
Yes.
And I'm the one to greet you, to talk to you, and also to tell you. Like yesterday, I was at a function. I was at a function at the ambassador to Kenya, the Japan ambassador to Kenya's resident. They were celebrating the emperor's birthday, and I met a gentleman called Michael.
Yes.
Michael is a man who's living with disabilities, and he said, I've been watching you from the time you were in the other station until now.
Right.
He said, but there's something that you guys never discuss comprehensively. I said, what is it? He said, the inclusivity of people living with disabilities. I said, you're right. That one we haven't said. It would help tremendously if you could.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to make sure that I talk to my colleagues. We talk about it. Why am I giving this example?
Why are you giving me this example?
Because somebody whom you do not know, I've seen him before.
Yes.
A similar function. But I've never spoken to him. He speaks to you freely and tells you, this, if you guys could consider talking about this,
yes,
it means there is something we do here that is considered valuable.
True.
And the discussions we have here that give people the faith that discussion that perhaps concern them and the ecosystem in which they exist, it can be talked about at length so that more and more people can understand it. Yes. And
I agree with you. Perhaps we should find time and look at some of the things that affect them sana tuzilete to light, and of course something that is of interest to them, we can see how we can also include that, have that conversation. Like I told you personally, I have traveled widely because of this thing, but also I've had the chance to work with some of the most brilliant people in the industry. Worked with Kajairo, the comedian, when he was a radio presenter at Nation Media. At one point he was working for Radio Africa as well. Nyambane, who's now a politician, but he was also a comedian. One of my former bosses, Mudo Mubagi. You know Mudo Mubagi, right?
I've heard of him, yes.
Yeah, now he works with Azimio. He's actually working for ODM. He's somewhere in the communications department, Uko. Met who else? People who have actually shaped my life in one way or another. Nico Diambo, jamaa anafanya kazi kule RMS. Who else? A couple of folks who've actually shaped not only my career but also to some extent my personality.
Where is RMS?
Royal Media Services. Yes, he works for Hot 96. Yes.
The guy with the beard.
The guy with the beard. Squeezy anajitanga papa something. There's a time I lost weight significantly. I lost over 30 kilograms, and we lost it during the same period, me and him.
What do you guys do?
We changed our diet. Then we ballooned again. Then now he's lost his again. He's actually looking really good. Yeah, but he's a guy. I used to do demos. Unajizi radio demos, unafanya demo, unaenda unajirecord ukisema yo, my name is Mungala Movie, welcome to, then you make up a fake radio station. Welcome to Generation FM, and I would send it to him. That time we had CDs, unakumbuka CD? So nilikuwa na record kwa CD na mpelekea, ananisikiza alafu ananiambia usijali ndafikisha kwa. And used to take those demos. Unfortunately, every time I would take my demos there, I would be rejected for whatever reason, until one day I actually got the real job. Yeah, so here we are. That's my radio journey. Let's check out what is significant about this particular day. It is February 11th. It is? Yes, it is. And this is what is significant about today. Scientifically, by day, a lot of monumental shifts in the science industry happened on this particular day. For example, in 1847, that is the prolific American inventor Thomas Edison. He was born on this particular day. Thomas Edison was born in 1847. He was an inventor. He did a lot of things. He had over 1,093 patents for creations like the phonograph and the incandescent light bulb. Ile inawakanga ikifanya tup 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 alafu ndio inawaka kabisa. So he was born in Milan, Ohio. A place called Milan, Ohio. Ohio is a state. It has a place called Milan. That is where he was born. Also, the discovery...
You do know there's a place in Portugal called Lagos?
I didn't know.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Eh.
If it's... Oh, yes. L-A-G-O-S, Lagos.
Yes,
Lagos.
yes. Okay, so them they say Lagos. But on the other side, it's Lagos.
I'm just saying.
I have a feeling Lagos is a Portuguese word.
It may very well be. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Okay.
Places have strange names.
Right.
Yes, Milan, which is in...
Now in Ohio.
Ohio.
Now, also in 1939, the discovery of nuclear fission was, or rather happened on this date, 1939. So there's fission and there's fusion. Fusion ni ile inakamatana. Fission ni ile inaachana. So hiyo ya kuachana was discovered in 1939.
Right, we are still in the Republic of
Liberia.
Right. During a heavy downpour of rain, your bucket did not get filled.
During the what now?
Okay, Nanda Hadithi.
Anza tena.
Hapo zaman za kale. During a heavy downpour of rain, your bucket did not fill. Do you expect the dew to fill it?
During a heavy downpour?
It didn't fill. Do you expect the dew to fill it?
Of course not.
All right.
Hapo ni mtu anakuambia tumia akili buda. In very many words, the Liberians walikuwa wanatuambia tutumie akili.
Right.
All right. Sawa basi, lovely one. Let me see who we have pale kwa salams before we get deep into our conversations this particular morning. Ni nani ame to join at 15 minutes past 6 o'clock? I see Don Sabwa. Don Sabwa is always number one. Don Sabwa think Malena Kwanga Mekai. He waits for our live link and then just says, I'll be the first to comment. So big shout out to Don Sabwa. Paul, how are you? City, good morning. City, did we make Safaricom and Kenya Pipeline? Is it sold?
No.
Well, I think Kenya Pipeline, they're closing their offer in about 9 days. Yes. I think the sale was to, the IPO rather, was to come to an end on the 20th of this month. So yeah, it's still ongoing. If you want to purchase some shares, you can still do so. Then we have John Mutua. Good morning, RG. Mbuvi, do you know yesterday? Sorry. Mbuvi, do you know yesterday was Qatar National Sports Day? I enjoyed my day off. I missed the voice of my friend City. John Mutua misses your voice.
John Mutua said he's coming to Kenya. When is he coming?
Yeah, it's a good question. But yeah, so it was a Qatar National Sports Day. John Mutua, which sport do you play? Let us know.
What sport does he like, first of all? Because whether he plays is important, but
yeah, actually he said yesterday was his day off.
Yes, so he was watching football,
perhaps,
or watching a sport,
or playing tennis, you never know,
or table tennis,
or ping pong. Aya, polite told guy amesema na kuna watu wa nini tangu aje ile pool yenye askari wapendi watu wakicheza.
No, that is not a correct statement.
Wanashikanga watu kwa
kuna askari ambao walishika watu Nandi.
Ndio,
but how tuwataje kwa kweli.
Unamkumbuka Regional Commission Nairobi alipokuja hapa just before Christmas? Yes. So he told us that these places kwa mtaa where pool is normally played, he said that those are hotspots for criminals. They are either there waiting for their next gig, or they are from a gig and they are there to wait for things to cool down. So he said hizo ni hotspots za criminals na crime.
Sikatai, but it is the same as the Ministry of Education telling us that they know that there are 1,000 or 2,000
ghost schools.
Now, by virtue of telling us that there are 2,000, then you must know where they are. And ghost schools have teachers, and schools have students.
Now, ile video ya Nandi ya askari wakitaandika vijana kwa pool table, kwa pool spot, kuna picha nyingine pia ilitokezea. I can't remember the place, but it was still here in Kenya. And it happened like a week or two ago. Another raid at a pool place happened by cops.
Where? In Nandi again?
Nitakumbuka ni wapi, na kama kuna mtu anatusikiza na anajua ilifanyika wapi atuambie. But there's another video that circulated. Two gentlemen were manhandled by cops while at a pool table establishment.
You know, I was reading somewhere. You know, we sometimes think we have a monopoly on police brutality. We actually don't. There is a province in Australia called New South Wales.
Yes.
New South Wales are notorious for breaking up protests. The thing that the police do, the police will not only break up protests, but they will malhandle anybody who they think opposes the idea of what they have. They beat up people, they tackle protesters.
Do they break bones?
I didn't, whether bones have been broken, I don't know, but they will punch you, they will push you, they will step on you.
Because in Kenya, they break bones.
Here in Kenya, they shoot you.
And they kill you.
Yes. So, but I'm merely saying this. There are certain things that you condemn in the most wholesale manner possible. It can't be that we focus and put our heads in the sand with regards to our country alone. What happens here is horrible. But it happens elsewhere.
Polite tall guy amesema good morning from Nakuru. My take 2.0 amesema bringing in Jalango to contest for Nairobi Senate, whether he wins it or not, is a master stroke. Sifuna will most likely lose his seat. Jalango is one hell of a mobilizer. Well, tutaona kama itafanyika. Lois Baraza amesema leo nimewapata live listening from Seattle. You know Seattle?
Iko USA.
Iko United States of America. So, Lois Baraza listening from Seattle. Thank you so much, Lois, for coming through. Daniel Kenya amesema Nanyuki is locked in. Thanks, Danny. Masako 1577 amesema Don and I followed CT here. Karibu sana Masako. Zen amesema have a blessed day fam. Alafu Daniel Kenya ametuambia the second raid was in Kikuyu, which is so sad. Thank you so much Daniel for that insight. So umesikia makara hawapendi watu ambao wanananga kule kwa pool.
I'd like to understand a little bit more about what it is about that irritates them about pool and the players. I'd like to really understand.
Yeah.
Pool has been with us for such a long time. Why are we suddenly hearing of these incidences now?
It's actually an international sport. People win vikombe
And cash.
and a lot of money actually just for playing pool. Yes. Lots of TikTok videos actually of people performing various stunts while playing pool. So it's one ni venye tu Kenya imekuwa associated na crime for one reason or another. Aya. Check out radiogeneration.co.ke. CBK cuts lending rate to 8.75% as inflation eases. Let's read what this is all about. Bradley Bosire says that the Kenya Central Bank of Kenya has lowered its benchmark lending rate by 25 basis points to 8.75%, signaling a further easing of monetary policy as inflation remains subdued and economic growth shows signs of resilience. Now, the decision was taken by the Monetary Policy Committee at its meeting held on Feb 10th, 2026, that's yesterday, where members reviewed global and domestic economic developments and concluded that there was room for support, or rather room to support economic activity while keeping inflationary pressures in check.
If the central bank lowers its lending rate, the understanding is that the commercial banks will do the same.
Right.
This is always a wait and see game because our commercial banks seem determined that they must pile up the profits. So any idea that they are going to have to reduce what they charge the citizenry isn't something they have over time shown they welcome with ease.
So they are saying that the Monetary Policy Committee decided to lower the central bank rate by 25 basis points to 8.75% from, listen to this, 9%. Hai, sawa. Kwa wale wanao borrow pesa, I am sure that is some very good information for you. KHRC gives ODPP 7 days to act on police killings and demands IG's resignation. This story, let's check it out. The Kenya Human Rights Commission
has
issued a 7-day ultimatum to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to institute criminal proceedings against police officers implicated in recent killings, warning that it will pursue private prosecutions if no action is taken. Now, the human rights body has also demanded the immediate resignation of Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, citing what it describes as systemic abuse and entrenched impunity within the police service. Yeah, that was said yesterday. So what they have said is, of course, there are police officers who've been implicated in several crimes. Sana is a murder or death. Do I call it murder?
Murder?
The point is the police who've been suspected of murder. So the Kenya Human Rights Commission has said if the ODPP doesn't do something about it, they will do something about it. And this is what I think. I actually think the ODPP will do nothing about this.
Why?
Because kama KHRC wamesema they are going to institute private proceedings against these folks, ODPP watasema even better, mmeturahisishia kazi, fanyeni kitu. Kwa sababu mimi hivi ndivyo ninaona. Sometimes serikali pia takangi kujifunga, but sema kitu.
What I'm trying to say is that it is the role of the
Would you like to use that microphone?
It helps, doesn't it?
Yes, I prefer you use it.
Thank you.
Right.
The government has the role, primary role, of ensuring the safety of its citizens.
Yes.
Now, in addition to this, the government has also a role and a mandate to investigate issues that come up of crime, whether they involve citizens or whether they involve the members of the police service, where people have been harmed physically they need to investigate.
Yes.
This culture, if indeed it is a culture where things happen and we seem to, it's raised once and then it's forgotten about. The problem is you are rearing and you are feeding and you are in fact force feeding impunity. It is made possible by the fact that members of the police service have power donated to them.
Yes.
The misuse of power breeds the misuse of power. And it's very, very easy in a population where the majority are young for that to get out of hand.
Yeah.
So police, members of the police service need to be careful here. Don't let things run ahead of you. It's an issue, you need to handle it. On the other hand, there may be issues that are around this that we don't know. And because of this, you move slowly. And I say move slowly because we've had incidences where certain things have happened and the police have moved with such alacrity, you even marvel.
Yes.
Within a very short time, somebody's been arrested, they're in, and others. No.
Nothing.
Nada.
Yeah.
So you wonder what happened.
So KHRC wamesema if the ODPP doesn't do something, they have given him the office 7 days. They've given the office 7 days, and then they will have to do what they think is the best course of action. Nyeri detectives arrest suspect of murder of a 9-year-old girl.
Ujamana miaka mingapi?
They arrested the suspect. Detectives in Mathira West, Nyeri County have arrested a suspect following the death of a 9-year-old girl whose body was recovered from a pit latrine. According to a report by the DCI on Feb 10th, the lifeless body of Chantel Waruguru Kagema was retrieved from the latrine in Kianjadhi village following her mysterious disappearance on Feb 8th. On that fateful morning, Chantel's parents left for the day around 8 o'clock, leaving Chantel at home with her 4-year-old sister. That's according to the DCI. However, when they returned home at approximately 6:30 p.m., they were met with the realization that Chantel was nowhere to be found. The parents immediately alerted law enforcement officers, prompting an exhaustive search that uncovered disturbing clues: undergarments and shoes discovered on an old blue mattress in an abandoned house nearby. Chantel's mother confirmed the items belonged to her daughter. Detectives documented and processed the evidence with crime scene investigations officers collecting the undergarments and shoes as exhibits. A manhunt for the perpetrator eventually focused on Peter Njuguna, who was arrested. Upon interrogation, he led the detectives to the location where he had dumped Chantel's body in his pit latrine. With assistance from members of the public, detectives retrieved Chantel's body and transported it to the mortuary for preservation and autopsy. Yeah, police revealed that Njuguna had lured Chantel with sweets.
I find all these things, they're absolutely bizarre. I've never understood it, but it's unnerving.
I don't think people are punished enough for these kinds of crimes.
No, I would agree with you on that note. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not. Remember, there was a call for chemical castration of such individuals.
Upon presenting Njuguna in court, detectives secured a 21-day custodial order to enable a comprehensive investigation. That is where we leave that story.
Tuachapo. The East African.
Yeah, before we ingie kwa East African,
tutakuangalia story nyingine hapo.
Acha nifanye traffic kidogo tu.
Sawa.
Speedy, haraka. And then we find out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi.
Traffic.
So here we have Ngong Road at this particular hour. Ngong Road is not looking that bad. It's the usual thing. A few pockets of traffic along the junctions. And then after that, mnasonga vizuri kabisa. I'm looking at Langata Road. Langata Road iko sawa. Kutoka Galleria Mall all the way past Carnival. You guys are moving quite well. Langata Road, hiyo ilikuwa imesema ya kwanza ilikuanga huku ni Karen. Yes. Actually, wait. Actually, that entire stretch is Langata Road. Lang'at Road is looking good. Ngong Road, like I said, no complaints. Southern Bypass as well, looking clean at this particular hour. Southern Bypass looking good as well. Hii barabara ni kama hainanga traffic kabisa. Unless of course kukwe na an accident of sorts. But yes, it's very clean. Mombasa Road, looking good. I usually expect a little bit of traffic at Imaradaima. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's there. There's a little bit of traffic because of that stage at Imaradaima. This is when you're heading into town. But on the opposite side of the road, you are moving quite well. No complaints whatsoever. Airport North Road looking clean today. Outer Ring Road, fun enough, I'm only seeing yellow lines, so that means that you guys are moving quite well. Oh wait, tukifika pale Manyanja Road, hapo ndio kuna noma. Donholm Savannah Road also looking bumper to bumper if you're approaching Outer Ring Road, but beyond that, if you're going in the opposite direction, you're definitely moving quite well. Taking a look at Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road, not Mombasa Road, but Mombasa County, where we are on 90.7. So if I stretch it out, I'm seeing that Links Road uko sehemu za Kongowea mko sawa kabisa. So if you're coming from Nyali Center, you're using Links Road, you're heading towards Wild Waters, Mamba Village, uko kote mko fiti. If you also decide to use the other side, the other road yenye inapitia Mombasa Township Secondary School, ipite pale Kengeleni. Leo Kengeleni naona hata ni kama hakuna trafiki, mko sawa kabisa. New Nyali Bridge, hiyo barabara yote ambayo inaelekea Kongowea iko sawa. Iko sawa kabisa. Tomboya Road, kule ndani iko sawa kabisa. Mombasa Road ambayo why is it called Mombasa Road? Is it the same Mombasa Road we use from Nairobi? Yeah, it's the same one, yeah?
Yep.
It's looking good. And then we have this place we called Kule Mvita Primary School. Barabara ni Mijikenda Street, iko sawa. Mwembe Tayari Road pia iko sawa sawa. Mwe Avenue iko fiti. Lakini kuna ka traffic hapa. This is karibu na Nova Alpha Motors Mombasa. Kielekea katika KPA Gate A. There's a huge traffic jam there. I wonder why. It's actually it's a long stretch of traffic. Yeah, but that's the only thing you can see for now. If you see something on the road you think we should know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
You were saying something about the East Africa.
I was. The East African has very many interesting columns. There's the magazine where they talk about faith, fame, and leaving home. Then there's money. Then there's markets. There's outlook. And then there's news. Okay? Kenya DRC. It was a small misunderstanding.
Kenya DRC.
Yes. PS Korea. That's Singoike Korea. This is our PS Foreign Affairs. Says recent Qatar talks vindicate Nairobi's stand. And this stand that they are speaking of is which one? Well, it is as follows. Kenyan Foreign Affairs PS spoke with Agre Katambo and Steve Otieno on a number of regional issues including the integration agenda, security, cooperation, and Nairobi's foreign policy. These are things they've spoken about in the past, but they were speaking about it again. Remember, Kenya has found itself in this uncomfortable situation where it has been accused on a number of occasions of meddling in matters in DRC. It comes from a neighbor, then it can be taken to be serious.
Yeah.
China extends influence to Africa's ports. While Beijing's presence included nearly a third of 231 active commercial ports in the continent's maritime trade hubs, there are at least 17 recent projects undertaken by the Chinese.
Okay.
Wakusema. Then there's a section here called just news. All right?
Yes.
Okay. Jennifer Bamuturaki, chief executive of Uganda Airlines, has quit a month after a joint probe by the Criminal Investigations Directorate and the State House of Anti-Corruption Unit into the airline's operations. All right?
Amekamatwa alifanywa investigation na CID.
Alisema atafanywa Okay.
Akasema, you don't even need to look very far. I won't waste your time. Let me just, bounce. And if she flew off.
I hope she's still bouncing. John Steenhuisen. You may wonder who this is. South Africa has an interesting party called South Africa Democratic Alliance.
Okay.
They are the people who have partnered with the ANC to form government. And they're mostly found in the Western Cape. Okay. This gentleman says, and he is also the Minister for Agriculture and Livestock. He announced last week that he will not be seeking re-election as party leader at the DNA Federal Congress scheduled for April.
Okay.
Taking in advance. Mimi.
Siyuko.
Yes. Dr. Susu Nguesso, President of the Republic of the Congo, on Thursday. Congo as in Congo, Brazzaville.
Yes, not Democratic Republic
Congo, Brazzaville.
Congo.
Yes. He declared on Thursday that he would seek re-election on March the 15th.
March 15th this year.
Yeah.
Lakini mbona inakushtua city?
Bwana, huyu jamaa amekaa hapo. Aisuru.
Yeah.
Mamadou Gassama, the Malian lawmaker who was arrested last July while on a trip to the Ivory Coast, has been jailed for 3 years for insulting the 84-year-old woman Ivorian leader who recently won a 4th term in office.
Adi come again?
Ameenda kwa wenyewe.
Alienda Ivory Coast. Akaongea vibaya juu ya president wao.
Na yeye anatoka mahali. Yes. Kaambiwa tumekusikia. Yep.
So wait. So he was deported back to his country, or what are we saying?
Yes.
Okay. I thought they captured him and locked him there. And they told him, our law said that we lock you up here and we don't release you until we feel satisfactory.
Well, they've jailed him. Yako nani? Mali
lakini sio amemrudisha Mali sasa ameshikwa amefunga.
Hujui lakini yako ndani.
No, ngoja kidogo city. Mali wamemfunga.
Mali inaonekana wamemfunga.
But the guy is from Mali as well.
Lakini alikuwa anaongea mabaya
juu kuhusu
an Ivory Coast leader, an 84-year-old leader.
Okay.
Akaambiwa manze utaheshimu watu.
So it's like me going to Uganda speaking bad about one of their leaders, then I come back to Kenya arrests me.
It's like you being in Kenya and talking nonsense about other people and we arrest you.
Oh, so I didn't even go to Uganda.
Oh, he went to Ivory Coast, all right.
Yes.
I'm just saying he was arrested. I'm muddying the water a little bit. Let me read what you understand.
Okay.
He was arrested last July while on a trip to the Ivory Coast.
Yes.
So alienda Ivory Coast
wakamatia huko.
Wewe ulikuwa unaongea baya. Kuja hapa.
But why would anyone in their right mind badmouth another person in another country then go to that country? Are you mad?
The question is, why do you want to insult the leader of another country?
Why? I'm sure he has reasons, and I will not justify those reasons. I am just saying that once you do it, don't go to that country. Don't.
Right. Peter Mandelson, the British politician, has quit the House of Lords as he faces new questions and a potential police investigator over his relationship with convicted American sex offender. Who?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. Who Epstein was a tentacle everywhere. Epstein.
Yesterday we were talking about human trafficking here. If there's one guy who's also accused of similar crimes is the late Epstein.
Ameshtakia mwenyewe Saif Gaddafi. Libya's Prosecutor General's office confirmed early Wednesday the death of former presidential candidate and son of the late Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi after he was fatally wounded by gunfire. Yes.
Okay.
Kuna watu walimtarget. Dead.
Yeah. It's some places are dangerous in this world, eh?
Even just, I don't understand. Why do people feel that you have to snuff out competition, you have to kill competition? Why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, neither do I. Right.
Next.
I have finished. I will now go and look at the Business Daily.
Please do.
New M-Pesa trading app takes 55% of shares orders. Remember yesterday we mentioned that they were going digital and they're going to, Nakumbuka?
Nam.
Yeah, now it has happened.
Yeah.
And the trading has gone up by 55%.
Yes. Huh? 55%.
New M-Pesa trading app takes 55% of shareholders orders.
Oh, yeah. So when they, because I remember they said you can now trade directly at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. So now this is
directly.
it.
Ni kama M-Pesa, we direct, unaweza ku apply, unaweza ku sema nataka hii na utalipa na M-Pesa.
So now 55%
of the share orders. Yani orders imekuja 1,000.
Yeah.
550. Au jamaa.
Sawa.
Ninyi wengine 450. Deal na hizo.
Ushasema.
Sio baba.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
There's a picture here in the Standard of a lady who is clearly very emaciated and very tired. This is the story of the drought in northern Kenya, and the headline is Kenyans stare at death.
Yeah, we had a conversation here with Sekjen wa Kenya Red Cross na akatuambia yes, the situation is dire. We also spoke to Garissa Deputy Governor, akatuambia pia ni kubaya. We also spoke to Wajir Deputy Governor, said the same thing.
Mandera.
It was Wajir.
We spoke to the deputy governor of deputy governors of Wajir.
Oh, and Mandera.
And
yes,
Mandera counties,
yes, those two counties. Yes, they told us things are thick in that end. No matena sana. Haya, acha niangalie. I will start with Taifa Leo this particular morning. Wanafunzi hewa walitafuna shilingi bilioni 5. Na wanasema huenda Wakenya wamekuwa wakipoteza takriban bilioni 5 kila mwaka kutokana na takwimu zisizo sahihi za usajili wa wanafunzi shuleni, kulingana na ufichuzi uliotokana na ukaguzi wa kudhibitisha wanafunzi uliotekelezwa na Wizara ya Elimu kote nchini. Na tuamwona pale waziri wa elimu Julius Ogamba amepigwa picha. I remember we have been talking about this and CT has been asking, we just can't say we have 1,200 ghost schools. We must know where they are, where they are not.
Yes.
Yeah, because they are ghost, yeah. We must definitely know where they are not. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tuache mchezo wa paka na panya. They just come down and tell us, look, there is 5 ghost schools in Kitui. We have identified them and these are the names of this particular
and
ghost
you trace it back to the people who registered those ghost
exactly
schools. And you figure out how much money has been sent to those ghost schools over time.
Exactly.
Whether it's for salaries or capitation. Thereafter funga hao watu
kabisa. Yes. Ili mtu mwingine popote pale Kenya, iwe ni Mandera, iwe ni Makueni kule wote, wasiwahi fikiria kufungua shule hewa ama kusajilisha wanafunzi hewa.
Ingefaa sana kama mfano ungetolewa ambayo itahakikisha kwamba wenye tabia mbovu kama hizo wakome kabisa.
Nakubaliana nawe. Haya, on page 2 ama ukurasa wa pili, Baraza Kuu ODM kukutana leo. Baraza Kuu la ODM kujadiliana mivutano inayozidi kushika kasi ndani ya chama hicho. Nakumbuka jana tulikuanga na Professor Herman Manyora, and what Professor said actually, you know, it got me thinking. And I know we went on and said, you know, these are conspiracy theories, you know, a lot of the things that we said as far as power sharing in any country is concerned. However, some of these things are not necessarily far from being a reality, or it's not like they're impossible. So let's wait and see what Baraza Kuu la ODM litafanya likikutana siku ya leo. Ziara ya Ruto kaskazini yazua taharuki, na aliyekuwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ashambulia vikali rais Ruto kabla ya ziara yake kaskazini leo. Utapata habari hiyo katika ukurasa wa pili wa Taifa Leo. What I know is yesterday Rigathi held a press conference, so it was quite long. Mimi nilipata ikiendelea and I knew they will sieve the news and we shall eventually get it. But
what was he speaking about?
He was just saying that when the president goes to Northeastern leo, aende aambie wakazi wa Northeastern ukweli wa mambo to do with he told them he told him rather, the president, that is to address the hunger situation in the north, and several other issues, including poverty and corruption that is being perpetuated by the leaders of those regions. Not to just go and rouse crowds and just, dance with them, but he told them, he said that as you dance with these people, address their hunger issue and the corruption of their leaders and the development agenda you have for them, and make it very clear. Don't just go there, dance with the women there, and
So wameshika hii mradi wa development agenda, sio?
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Basi.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Wameshika ni mzuri.
Na ninapenda mtu akifanya mambo kama hayo. Ndio president akienda kule aseme, okay, my former naibu alisema hivi kuhusu nyinyi na ameniambia nikuje ni address these issues. And then
ndio hii nimekuja.
So njaa, mnataka aje? Food. Okay, I have come with 17 lorries here of milk and honey and unga and many other things that are going to help the people in this particular area. I remember Dr. Idris, that is the SecGen for Kenya Red Cross. He said that without proper nutrition, hata madawa hayafanyi kazi. So the diseases that are also plagued in that particular area are proper. Mimi nakumbuka when I was being given medicine as a young child, daktari alikuwa anasema and make sure you eat. So kuna dawa ulikuwa unapatiwa umeze before meals na kuna dawa ulikuwa unapewa after meals. So meals are the underlying.
Let me ask you something, Paul.
Yes, sir.
You know there are things I marvel at. The discussions around the economy of Kenya and what it is that we have and we produce. And the conversations around the things we can do with our resources.
Yes.
We fall short of meeting the target of ensuring that all children go to school. We also fall short of meeting the target of ensuring that people who need the food actually get to eat.
Yes.
But we never really address it comprehensively, do we?
We don't. We actually don't. But whose fault is that? Is it our fault as citizens? Is it our fault as leaders, media? Whose fault is it?
No.
It's a collective.
I'm not going to approach this thing from the position of fault. I'm going to approach it from the position of roles.
Okay.
There is no other country that the members of parliament live in except this one. There is no other place where they represent people except this one. And when we elect, we don't elect aliens who then go to the places that they originally came from. We elect Kenyans who live here and whose homes we know and whose people we also know.
Yeah.
We don't seem to have understood that when we talk of delegated power and we talk of oversight, oversight doesn't begin with members of parliament or members of the National Assembly. No. Oversight is a function that the Constitution gives the sovereign.
Yes.
That's why we can donate it. You can't donate something you do not have.
I agree.
Somebody can't represent you if there is nothing for them to represent. The power that we have is phenomenal. And it is that power that we gave these individuals that we elect. We donate it for a season. And they misuse it for many, many seasons. Okay?
Yes.
So when we're discussing issues of the country, citizens, we will not leave the members of parliament without telling them what they need to do, because many of the things we're telling them to do, they promised they would do. No. We do let them do their bit.
Yeah.
But let us also do our bit. Which brings me to the question. If we can hold, we as a citizenry parliament to account, hold the president to account, hold the judiciary, who holds us to account? We also need to be held to account. And I think that is something we need to do for ourselves. We cannot keep waiting and talking. We can hold people to account. So let us.
Waziri atetea mwanasiasa Bobi Wine. Waziri wa habari kule Uganda ashutumu jeshi kuvamia nyumbani kwa kiongozi wa upinzani Robert Chagulanyi. Waweza pata taarifa hiyo katika kurasa wa 8 wa Taifa Leo. Alafu pale juu ukiangalia mali ya binti ya Mishuki hatarini. Wanasema alihitajika alipe madeni kabla ya kuuza kampuni ya Flex Air Charters Limited. Utapata habari hiyo katika kurasa wa 3. Na mwishowe. Naam.
Ujumbe huo upatikana wapi?
Taifa Leo ukurasa wa 3.
Asante.
Ukurasa wa 3. Alafu pale katika spoti utaangalia, utaona Man City kukaribia Arsenal ligini. Huenda Man City leo wakapunguza mwanya wa alama kati yao na vinara Arsenali. Wanaweza kupata taarifa hiyo katika ukurasa wa 20. Taifa Leo. Jitafutie, jikamatie, jisomee, alafu wewe mwenyewe uwe nini? Uwe jeji ama uwe hakimu uweze kujijulia. Right now Man City I think they are second in the league. Yeah,
I wouldn't know.
They are. I'm
I
telling you.
rely on you to give me this information.
Ireke gwire mani. Haraka kabla I check out the other table, or the other magazeti. So currently, Arsenal is the number one team at the top of the table, followed by Manchester City.
This is the English Premier League.
It's the English.
English Premier.
It's the English Premier League. Yeah. So Arsenal are ahead with 56 points, but today Man City are playing, and
Man City is number 2.
Yes, they are number 2. Is Man City playing today? Oops, wait a minute.
I would know.
No. I could be wrong on this one. Acha nisikwe nimewaongeza.
Usiwa Bunwasi.
Actually wanacheza leo. Wanacheza na timu inajulikana kama Fulham. Wanachuana leo saa 4 usiku, saa 4:30. So they're playing against Fulham.
Saa 4:30 usiku Kenya time.
Yes. If they win that game, they get how many points? 3. And yes, they will have inched closer.
When you draw, how many points you get?
1.
Okay.
When you lose, you don't get nothing.
I wasn't going to ask that, I figured.
Haya, tuangalie Daily Nation. I am telling you today, watu ambao hawatalala wakitizama mchezo wa leo, number 1, Arsenal for sure. That one I can tell you. Arsenal will not, that is their fans in Kenya, are not going to sleep until they know the outcome of that match. Number 2, watu ambao hawatalala ni Manchester United. Yesterday Manchester played and they drew. They were playing with Manchester last night. They drew 1-1. They were playing with another team. I ndodo wanajita anja nikwambie Manchester United. Jana walicheza na West Ham. Imagine they drew. West Ham were at home though. Waliwapatia a run for their money. So Manchester United are going to be watching that game like nobody's business. And then last but not least, of course, Man City fans. Front page of the Daily Nation, they are saying unholy alliance. Yeah, who is this? So they're saying that governors attack rent-seeking MPs who counter that the guilty are afraid of scrutiny. Let me say this again. So the Daily Nation are calling this monkey business. Governors attack rent-seeking MPs who counter that the guilty are afraid of scrutiny. So according to the Council of Governors, Chairperson Ahmed Abdullahi anasema we narrowed down our issues to one committee, and certain members of that committee Senate standing orders require that if a certain people are mentioned, they step aside from the committee. I have written to the Senate Speaker seeking an audience with the leadership of the Senate. Whatever evidence governors have, we are going to table. Something is going to change in that particular committee. Now the Speaker of the Senate, that is Amason Kingi, amesema hivi: the Senate notes the purported demand by the Council of Governors for the reconstitution of the County Public Accounts Committee on the basis of claims of political witch hunt, harassment, extortion, and intimidation allegedly involving 4 unnamed members of the committee. While the Senate remains open to structured dialogue, recourse to mudslinging and substantiated allegations in the media and supported by evidence is neither appropriate nor conducive to intergovernmental cooperation. That is what the Speaker of the Senate said. So there's a bribery scandal that has sparked a bit of feud between governors and senators, which exposes underhand dealings and a conspiracy to defeat accountability. Governors have vowed to name and shame corrupt senators who they claim extort bribes to go easy on audit queries. An extortion racket they admit has thrived for too long. But senators have dared county bosses to make good their threats to snub watchdog committees, questioning why governors would pay bribes if they had nothing to hide. Who will blink first?
Have they actually pinpointed specific people?
No, they have not.
Then what are they saying? Because it's just a broad statement and an accusation. If indeed you're being extorted, someone is extorting you.
Yes.
Who is this person?
Nisidia waseme. Na ndio maana Speaker amesema, bwana, don't just go to the media and say, oh, there are some 4 senators who are doing. Say their names. Say the senator for this county, senator for this county, and senator for this county, and for this county. Their names are A, B, C, D. And they have been asking for money. For example, they asked for 20,000 from governor of this place. They asked for 50,000 from this other governor. They asked for 1 million.
This is my M-Pesa statement indicating how much money I sent to this particular individual.
Yes. Or here's an SMS of that request, or an email, or a WhatsApp, or a voice recording. Do it like Mike Sonko.
Record everything.
Mike Sonko.
Audio, visual, consider it recorded.
Wallahi billahi.
But that makes that man very dangerous, man. That's not a man in whose presence you want to say anything.
But now you see what we are saying about him. Yeah, itabidi when you're going to him, you go straight, man.
Yes, and you tell something. You tell him, let me write it down for you.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, when you're dealing with Mike Sonko, wewe mwenye record. So that you can, when he unatoa yako, because his might be audited, not audited but edited. Toa yako. Akiweka tu kapati kamoja mali panasema tu give me 50,000. Unaambia the 50,000 was for the mandizi I delivered to his house. Here is the full audio or video. Yes. Wakaange wakijua. Otherwise atarecord peke yake na story itakuwa ni yake. Aya. An emaciated cow at a village near Magadi town is what has been pictured here on the front page of the Daily Nation. Gachagua takes on Ruto over drought ahead of tour. Again, Gachagua had a presser yesterday, and that's what he said. ODM crisis talks after Uhuru's Azimio move. That one is on page 7. So ODM, they're meeting today to do whatever it is that they have to do. So with the deepening power struggle between factions led by party leader Oburu Odinga and SecGen Edwin Sifuna, ODM leaders convene in Mombasa to discuss contentious issues. The National Executive Committee meeting comes amid reports that Dr. Oginga on Monday sought to stem an implosion following
or to attach such labels to you.
Yeah, because if city is the sage, to compare in terms of wisdom, sasa si mimi ninakuwa tu dunderhead hapa.
No, you're not a dunderhead.
Anyway,
should anybody decide to call you a dunderhead, let me know.
I was just
so that
joking.
we can have this out to them. I am not joking.
Yes. All right. Aya, then we have Njuki ametusalimia hapo, the Ken as well, Sungura Wetu, Victor Lesesuyan, and then that's it for now. Let's get into that thing we call news. Then when we return, of course, we shall be letting you know what takes place in that second hour. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The hearing of a case murder involving the late Starlet Wahu, who was murdered in January 2024, continued on Tuesday with testimony from government pathologist Emily Oworo and arresting officer Porence Arwa. Oworo told the court that samples collected from inside the South B apartment, where Wahu was found lying in a pool of blood, matched those found on the suspect. John Matara had earlier told the court that he was involved in a scuffle with Wahu but denied killing her. The trial is set to continue today.
Blood stains on the knife, item E, the denim shirt, item F1, generated a mixed DNA profile. The DNA profile generated from the buccal swab sample marked I, John Matara Ongwa.
There was a specimen of another third person, probably where there was no any other sample collected from him.
It may not be right to conclude that way.
A Nairobi lawyer has moved to court seeking to know how much public money was used for the 2025 National Prayer Breakfast. In the case filed at High Court, Advocate Lempa Suyanka wants Parliament and other government offices ordered to release the spending details. He is also asking the court to stop the use of public funds for the 2026 edition of the event.
Hatusemi hatutaki kuombewa, lakini tunasema tunataka kuombewa bure. Mheshimiwa ama mbunge sikumchagua niombe, najua mahali naenda kupata usaidizi wa pasta, wa imam ama maprofets hawa wamejaa hapa. Kasi ya mbunge si kuombea mtu ambaye anamwakilisha bungeni, lakini wakitaka kutuombea ama wakesho wakiomba watuombee bure, lakini si watumie pesa zetu. In a brief, we are saying that members of parliament have no mandate to pray for us.
The cabinet has authorized the release of 4.1 billion Kenya shillings to scale up drought response interventions as conditions continue to deteriorate in several parts of the country. According to the cabinet, the drought situation has worsened rapidly since January 2026 following the failure of the October-December 2025 short rains. An estimated 3.3 million people are currently facing acute food insecurity, a figure projected to rise to 3.6 million by June 2026 if additional interventions are not implemented. The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers is pushing for a constitutional amendment to establish a centralized body to manage health workers. Secretary General George Gibore says the move will help curb frequent industrial unrest in the sector, noting that services across several counties have been disrupted by delayed salaries, unremitted statutory deductions, and stalled promotions.
And we learned this very well when we had COVID-19, that we had to centralize the management of all the health facilities in the country and the human resource for us to have a way forward and to address the issues of COVID-19. We still have people who have been denied key essential services by virtue of people being on strike. And we have a don't care governors, some of them who feel that they are untouchable because they are doing their second term in office.
An airline in Somalia has praised one of its pilots after he crash-landed his passenger plane on the shoreline next to the capital's international airport, with all 55 on board surviving. Star Sky Aviation said the pilot's quick thinking was crucial in saving the 50 passengers and 5 crew. The crew of the aircraft, a Fokker 50, reported a technical problem shortly after takeoff from Mogadishu on Tuesday morning and requested that the plane return, Somalia's Civil Aviation Authority said. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock and we're just about to get into a morning conversation and we're going to be connecting it to something that is happening on Friday. But before we do that, acha niangalie nani hapa hivi ametugo test that we can give a few shoutouts before we get into that deep. Okay, my app is misbehaving, so I guess I'll do that shortly. But in this hour, we want to talk about radio and artificial intelligence, which, by the way, is a theme of this year's World Radio Day, taking place on Friday 13th. That is the day after tomorrow. And the slogan, by the way, is that AI is a tool, not a voice. We also want to look at the role of the media in informing the public. And to help us have this conversation is none other than the CEO of Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo. David, welcome to Radio Generation. A pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here too.
Yeah. World Radio Day celebrated world over. Radio has come from far. I remember because my mom had been in the media for a very long time, working for the Voice of Kenya before it became now KBC. And one of the most interesting things I remember during that time is that radio was a very integral part of our lives. My grandfather had a radio about the size of mkate. And that thing haikuwa inaguzwa na mtu yote na ilikuwa ikisha tulikuwa tunazita makaa, ilikuwa ikisha batteries. You're literally sent far off to a far off place to go and replace those batteries. So radio has been with us for a very long time. Is radio still as significant as it was that time today?
Before I reply that, ilikuwa ikiisha makaa, mlikuwa mnaaneka kwa jua zipate nguvu kidogo, mnarudisha kidogo.
Yes, actually you're right. Zilikuwa hiyo ilikuwa sasa ni first aid. Before mtu aende kwa duka na arudi, ilikuwa inawekwa kwa jua ipate. I don't know how that used to work, but yes, they used to do that.
Absolutely, radio is significant as it has ever been. That is spoken journalism.
Yes.
Because of the ability, accessibility, and all that. So the medium, how we receive it and how we deliver it may have changed, but it is uniquely because unlike television and other media, not to belittle them, that people are able to consume radio while they are going on with their other cause. So you can drive as you listen to radio. In the village you can farm as you listen to radio. The cattle herders and all that have a little radio set as they will move around.
Yes.
And especially now that is being delivered on mobile phone and all that, you notice that. And if you watch our borders on the road and all that, the guy riding the border and all that has
listening to
that. You can't do TV while you are riding a border. You can't do TV while driving because then you will get confused, or you can't do TV and farm. So radio has that uniqueness that it's that ability to receive it at any point and in different media is a very unique sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does it still shape culture as it used to? Because I remember, for example, again, we would listen to some of the programs on our radio stations, and even on the international ones like BBC, and actually, I feel like the British, expressed some sort of soft power using BBC all over the world. Culture, the kinds of how we did the kind of music we listened to, the kind of programs that we enjoyed, even the language, how we spoke it, was greatly influenced by what we listened to on radio. Would you still see the same about today?
Yes, no. I am a radio person. I have
Yes.
to admit, first of all, so I will not admit my channels, which I listen which day and what hours. And yes, if you listen, especially the young, the developing generations, I know we have a bit of TVs and all that, but radio is actually very good, especially generating word power for young people, because TV, the screen mostly zombifies children. They stare and go blank.
By the way,
but radio, because it's a voice and the repetition aspect of that, you find that they keep repeating and all that. So as radio shapes culture, I mean, look at even strategic preachers and religious people and all that. I mean, they use radio to reach out to many people. Of course, we have the aspect of TV. TV has a few advantages over radio and all that. The fact that radio has a wider reach than TV, so it still shapes culture. Just that in the days you were reminiscing about, we had maybe a radio alone, and one TV every 20 or so homesteads. And now we have social media, a TV in every other homestead, or sometimes, and we are getting a little more selfish, we have a TV in every room in the homesteads and all that. But the power that it has, it was scarce. And scarcity creates a lot of value. We had radio, ideally the only voice you had was radio or your mother's or father's, really. Now you have radio and a TV and some social media, some guys streaming and all that and all that. But really, yes, still, but especially if people have this fair regard of the presenter or the program, and especially if you also move on and ideally build a brand of yourself. Because still in this city we know fashion is dictated by certain radio presenters or programs, and a lot of how we do or move is dictated by the media. But so what we have is just a multiplicity of voices. So those days we had one or two voices really. Now we have I think in this country cumulatively, surprisingly, we have 700 media houses. So
700.
Yes, that's all of them put together. That is literally a marketplace. So if we had 2 or 3 and all that, you get that. So it is like in any setting and information sharing. If you had 1 or 2 people speaking, they had more space. But when you have a crowd of them shouting at you, there's a bit of that. But yes, radio still has that. So power of radio has not gone down. It has been diluted by multiplicity of radios or of voices on radio and other channels thereof. But radio still holds its central place.
Actually a lot of people will call into radio stations and give their problems. Wale wanapiganga simu kusema pipi yangu amefanya hivi na vile. Others call in to say to give out like genuine problems, and sometimes they end up finding solutions to those problems on radio. So yes, I believe that radio still has got that influence, and I agree with you on that. The other aspect of radio is radio and media as a whole basically has been a tool for telling the truth, where you could find authentic news, authentic stories, and so on and so forth. But I feel like that has changed a bit, because not everything we are hearing on radio nowadays is necessarily the truth. I don't know, would you agree with that?
Yes and no. We live in the post-truth era.
Okay.
We do not have the monopoly of voice now. So that we do not have one radio like we had the VOK, you said.
Right.
I think we had VOK, and then we would have maybe the BBC and Saudi Germany in Chini. That's basically what we had, really.
Yeah, and Voice of America, I think. Was it?
Yes. Of course, it came later.
Okay.
Germany and all that. But now what we say, I mean, look at our FM frequency landscape. We literally have what I would call an outbreak of radios, really.
Yes.
So that authenticity is about the authenticity of the media house, the credibility of the people behind the microphones and all that. Because then we have guys who have set up radios. They lack either the capacity, both technical and human, the training, the ability, the fact-checking facility, and therefore they just churn out. And you see what happens that when you crowd the market that way,
yes,
with a lot of people who are engaging in this and that, you realize that then you lose trust even from the credible ones. Same goes to religious stuff and all that. When you have all the charlatans doing whatever they do, people generate an attitude about there's a crowd of people who do this and all that. And same goes to politicians, leaderships and all that. When you have too many people and then you have a lot of fakes and you have cons in the market, then people have a way of passing blanket judgments.
Yes.
So I would say that is really what has happened. But ideally, credible media remains. That's why I told you that radio is still my medium. I have places I go to for authentic information.
Yes.
I go for authentic radio voices. I go for authentic radio music and all that. And there are places I hear, that is those are narratives being spun around by people with whichever interest.
Yes.
So really, you have to understand that we are in this free market economy, and it's even we do not even have monopoly of opinion or monopoly of knowledge. Of course, it gives rise to the charlatan economy.
Right.
Everyone is an expert in everything. But here we are. It is what it is. It's part of the bouquet offered by democracy. And here we are.
Do we have credible presenters, and do we have a credible audience? And do we have, excuse me, as a citizen, they are craving for the truth?
Absolutely. In this country and elsewhere on earth, in the world, in the space of media and radio, we have extremely credible presenters. And it's because we have those credible presenters why the purveyors of fakes and deepfakes don't want to use their voices. They clone their voices so that they can use them to do that. That's a sign of credibility. When you see people trying to use either your voice or your logo or your station emblem and all that, it means that you are more trusted and all that. So principally, when you see these people trying to digress away to the fake disinformation and all that, there are people who are riding on your credibility, because then they know that if people see this on or hear this or see this person speaking and all that, they will trust that. And that's how you realize when you see people trying to clone your voice, clone your logo and emblem and all that, or when you see people pretending to be you, then you're an authentic guy and you're credible. So yes, we have. There are not too many though, but yes, we have a reasonable number. Let's say that we have sufficient credible presenters and media houses in this country to make us move forward.
Recently, you called out a presenter who held a conversation around nutrition. And of course, it sparked debate online. Your role as the Media Council of Kenya in that particular situation, perhaps you can tell us how prevalent is misinformation out there, number one, and disinformation, and how you've come out to deal with it.
Let me contextualize that so that the listeners understand the role of the Media Council. There is, and I'm just going to City Muga's question, do we have credible presenters and credible media houses? And we say there are people, they speak and everybody believes.
Yes.
Now, these people who entirely trust what the media says, they will say, ugali debate, ugali ni mbaya, si hata media ilisema. The people who trust the media now don't bother who speak. They just know that as long as you give someone a platform. So we heard in the media, this is good, this is bad. We heard in the media, musikula nini. We heard in the media, don't do this and all that. So the reason why we take the task back to the media house, and it's part of the code of ethics that the credibility of the content really is on the media house and the person you invited. That don't invite anybody to come and tell you about anything. So you have a charlatan there who wants to come in and talk to you about democracy and Africa matters. Then the guy has not gone any far beyond Mogotio. You bring another guy, they tell you about nutrition and all that. And the guy simply eats what is placed before them without. So the whole idea is that the burden of a little proof, a little sieving, if you are bringing an expert, do a little background search. We do not want so that because if I walk in here and say I am an expert in veterinary medicine,
yes,
and I want to tell you about how to
treat your dogs
and all that, you must vet me a bit. So what we're saying is that we were reminding the media that you have a role. If a person comes and they are an expert, please verify. So the calling out was really, it was like a wake-up call, guys. If a person is an expert, check ye kidogo too. Don't allow charlatans into this, because then you fall into the trap of lack of credibility. We say that we have charlatans in town who are using your logos and emblems and cloning your voices to earn the credibility. But when you allow this sacred space to be invaded by people who want to speak about specific, these matters of, some of them are matters of human life, dignity, health and all that, and these guys are not experts, then you lower the dignity and the hallowed space that is this media, and say that because people out there believe that you did the sieving, you did the background check, and the person you have brought for us to listen to umemwangalia kidogo.
Yes, umethibitisha ya kwamba huyu anajua kinyo anasema.
Yes.
Yeah, because a lot of people will listen to you saying don't eat ugali, and then they're wondering, but I've been doing that my entire life.
Not only that, there is, given that we're in the 21st century, there's something unique, something that has hitherto never happened on this planet. The information age has come up with something that we are beginning to encounter now for the first time. You see, media as we knew it, or what we refer to as legacy media, we understood represented something that people considered honorable, something people considered reliable. This was an honest partner you could have. But when that space opened, it also opened with an opportunity for people with an agenda to push that agenda and disregard the truth absolutely and completely. So long as the agenda is being pushed, and there are people who are willing to help push that agenda. And the thing is, in social media, that media is flooded with those things. I never used to pay heed. These days I do. I never used to.
You must play catch up, man.
These days I do, and I take the time to comb through.
Yes.
And the things I encounter just blow my mind. People who ordinarily I would think sober, sane, say things, and I'm wondering, what on earth is this person talking about? Statements completely devoid of the truth, but it's being stated as the truth. And yet, there's always a constituency of people who will consume it as the truth. Now, why I say this is because that often tends to run interference with whatever it is that may be said, which is credible. Because you're fighting for the same space without even realizing you're fighting for it. But if it pleases, if it tickles the mind of someone, if that information makes them feel that, yes, this is the sort of truth I like to consume, this very subject of verification will not even feature. It will not be verified. It will be consumed and it will be regurgitated as was presented. I'll give an example of what I mean. The other day this weekend I was having a chat with two fellows I went to school with. I mentioned this to you.
Yes. And
they surprised me when they told me something which I found alarming. They said, do you know that we are going to have the same sort of violence we had in 2008 in 2027? And I said, what makes you say that? Said, if you look at the politics and the raising of the temperatures, I said, if there's something you're seeing, let me see it as well, because I don't understand it. And they went on to explain and say the politics and the discussions. And I said, but the circumstances that brought about the problem in 2008, do you understand what happened to the point where it got to a boiling point and then we saw that eruption? Do you understand what it was? And then we discussed it back and forth. And I said, I do not see a similarity. I do not. If I look, because my memory is still fresh regarding that, I don't see the similarity. Now, these are very sober, very sane people. But they had believed this implicitly.
It's confirmation bias. You know, we
Yes.
have certain biases already. They say, you see 2007, there was an incumbent and all that, and then people want to push what they already believe to be, and they try to push that narrative across. But really, the whole idea is that we have allowed everyone into the information superhighway, we must protect spaces. It's like the way everyone is a farmer, but we know we have professional farmers who do this and that, so everyone engages in this media information sharing and all that. Let them do it on their podcasts and their social media pages and all that, so that they let the sacred space of media remain, so that people know. That's why, as I told you, that I also know when I see anything on social media, like Kasiri said, I know places I go to verify. So these people have not run it, yes. And if you follow global news, there is always something being spoken about Iran or Gaza and all that, or there's China has done. There's a lot of stuff being on TikTok and all that. You see all that, but you must know, unless someone has carried it, then you can't run with it. So when you wake up and see it and say, oh, I can see it now on this channel and all that, then you say, it has happened. It's the same thing if you localize that we need to remain as the reputable places where people go and verify. Otherwise, it's a mad market out there. Everybody has an opinion about everything. Everybody has a medium to put it out. We have social media. We have, and now everybody is cloning your logo or my voice or your face and putting it across. But there must be a place where people eventually go to verify and say this is the truth. So yes, radio, especially credible radio, still is probably one of the leading media in credibility and all that. There are other media for speed and other features and all that, but for truth and verification, this is still highly regarded.
All right, let's talk about the use of artificial intelligence now that we've mentioned it a couple of times. Right now, AI is one of the it's been used basically for everything, people are using it to make videos, people are using it to make audio, people are using it to make people are using it to make pictures, and even people are using it to write stories online. What do you think, how prevalent is it in terms of its usage, and how effective is it being used as far as news production and media production is concerned?
My perspective of AI is that I think we started interacting with AI before we could recognize it. I would call it advanced automatic. The moment you started typing on your computer and it helps you complete the sentence, that is AI.
Oh yes, that time when it was predictive text.
Yeah, predictive text.
Yes.
That is AI.
Yes.
Then you start typing something you don't finish. Say, did you mean to write this and all that?
Exactly.
That was already AI. And so I want to call it not artificial intelligence, but advanced intelligence, because it is it's really that ability for your machine to do tasks which would have otherwise have required your presence for that to be done. So you can give a command on the machine, and it quickly searches and groups stuff into things and tells you. You tell the machine, please tell us how many times have we mentioned His Excellency the President on our station. It tells you mentioned the President 957 times this year, 3 times in the morning bulletin and all that. So that speed really. So I would say that it is we use AI more than we think. That reminder that you have not replied to this text sent by CT Muga 4 days ago. Do you want to reply now?
Yes.
Yes.
Your phone reminds you.
Yes. It is Saturday afternoon. You are supposed to be meeting CT Muga. Are you still going? And then it goes further and asks you, do you want us to schedule an Uber?
Yes.
And all that. So really, AI is more integrated in our lives than we would ever imagine. And yes, if you use AI, you do a script now, you no longer translate, because at Kituo cha Baba na Mama we had a Swahili department, a translation department, isn't it? Now unatwanga script yako in English, you tell them translate to Swahili,
French and Germany, and it does all that.
And there are attempts to translate in certain vernacular languages, of course. Yes. It's doing a bit. I've seen.
Oh yeah, I know that they're trying to make a native AI for Africa.
Yes, not even that. At that level, I have seen a bit of people trying to curate the Gikuyu language. They do it based in the US, and a bit of it can translate that to you.
Okay.
A few words, the meaning of these in Gikuyu and all that. I've seen a bit of that. People in Ekegusi, my native language, and all that. So those attempts to do that.
Wow.
So functions which required an entire department, the translation department, now is being done by the machines and all that. So I would say that, so we are using AI more than we imagine, and especially when it goes further and look at I will mention these free AI functions.
Yes.
You have MS Word here, isn't it?
Yes, we do.
It automatically gives you the co-pilot.
Yes.
So you watch football, Manu walicheza jana ama ni leo asubuhi.
Manu walicheza jana.
And you tell it now, give me a 200 words news story from that, and it summarizes for you. You don't need to pay that to do that for you, isn't it? You have a news story. You put there, so you have it's a national holiday, the president's speech, and you tell him, give me a script for a 1,000-page script for the newspaper, and refer to the president's speeches on Jamhuri Day for 3 years back and relate to that. And in 5 minutes, you have the story. So these are all things that, but otherwise you would have had to refer this, look for the last year's speech and read it, last year's things and all that. But this curates that quite fast.
Yes.
And you can now tell them, now please do for me a Swahili script or something for radio, so that you do what he said and a voiceover and all that. So it is, as I told you, it is an advanced intelligence. It does what you would have done. It does it faster, maybe more accurately, and it has that ability, because we call it machine learning. It goes back into 10,000 libraries in 5 minutes and generates that for you. You know how long it will take you to, if I told you to get me last year's president's speech on Jamhuri and look at it and then see how the media covered the president 3 years ago. It would be about, you need about 5 researchers running around for a while. Now you give also now, so that's why you need to, I know it's coming, we discussed that you need to learn just a little AI, ile Waswahili wanasema kiasi cha haja, because you will need to utilize it, to issue command. Computers operate on the principle of garbage in, garbage out. Yes. Unless you're able to command AI accurately, you will not get what you want from it. That therefore goes further, that there's no way AI is going to replace you, because you have to command it. So what is happening is that AI is going to replace the person who can't use it.
Yes.
But if you are here now, learn how to use AI, you will realize that so anybody here who learns how to use AI, you realize they're doing everything faster and more accurately, going through large troops of numbers and data and statistics, strategizing them and saying, comparing them to what happened 20 years ago and all that. So yes, we use AI more than we thought, because it has been gradual, advanced. As I told you, it's advanced automatic. Then you move and all that. Is like when you say, when they started with putting your car headlights on automatic. When it's dark, they
just come on.
Yes. Now they have gone further, that when there's a car approaching, it dims automatically and goes back. And now I've seen that when you are following a car from behind, it puts the headlights below, so that it does not flash on the driver ahead on the screens and all that. It's simply, it's the same automatic. We are just simply advancing more and more. So like now when you, as I said, you do the president's, give me a story of the president's speech. Now I will ask you, do you want us to compare what the president promised last year to today? Or do you want us to compare the 5 presidents, or the 4 speeches of the president in the past 4 events on his comments about the same thing? You see now, it is now prompting you. It is helping you a little thinking and all that.
Does that improve the quality of the news?
Yes, because it is context. We have been arguing about how our news has become shallow because of the chase of likes and social media stuff and all that, and that our media and content now is lacking the depth and the background information that we needed. Of course, we also have our young people who are on the move and all that. So if suddenly you get a tool that allows you to quickly refer back, you utaonekana kama mzee mzito sana if you can quickly refer to all the 5 speeches of the past thing and then compare what any other 3 other presidents did and all that, and you're able to do that in an hour. So it really increases the context, and if you get the people who are looking for depth and all that, that ability to get that depth without needing 5 researchers working for 10 days, you get this in 3 minutes. It's good. So it simply makes any task we were doing, it makes it easier and faster.
here's the funny thing, CT. So you tell AI to help you come up with this news story. So you've written a whole newspaper, let's say a whole newspaper page on what DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has said. So you, as the journalist, you've used AI, you've come up with the story. Then me, as the reader, because I don't want to read an entire 3 pages of what you have written, I also tell AI, summarize for me.
You do, but there is a little catch here.
Yes.
Remember, AI uses whatever information is available,
Yes, it does.
online. Available. There are things that people have written, it is documented, but they're not necessarily factually true. But it's available. It will present it. Now, the need, especially if you want to write something that has the term scholarly to it, you actually need to cross-check again.
True.
Because there will be some information that AI has done what it does best. It has picked it up. And by the way, when you look at what it does, it tells you even where it gets the information from. So you know. Now, some of those sources, it's just information. It is not necessarily verifiable unless, again, you give the command for it to verify. And you have to be specific about what you mean by verification. Now, that I have found is the beauty of AI. Because it does things until you wonder and say, goodness. Sometimes it even tells you this is outside its scope. But it informs you and you have knowledge. Now, the problem arises when you start from the point of view where you are a blank slate and you're waiting for AI to fill it. You will not even know how to verify that thing as you listen to it. Okay? You will not. Because it depends on who has given the information, depends on what you have actually asked. No, let me rephrase it. Depends on how you have framed that particular question.
No, let me add. You see, AI, you can tell AI to get you data and statistics and all that. It will get that from everywhere, including websites run by charlatans. But you can tell AI, restrict yourself to World Bank, UN, and government-owned publications and all that. It follows that. So it's about. That's why I say that there's a lot to do to learn AI.
That's where now you're talking about understanding how to use it.
How to use it. Because if you give it an open slate, it will run haywire and all that. But you can tell AI now, give me only information from Kenyan government documents and all that, and about the population statistics, famine and all that. It can go further and tell you, we have collected this. Do you want me to check the World Bank records and IMF, because the International Committee of the Red Cross has issued 3 statements about Kenya before and all that, or medicines? It will ask you that. Then you tell it, stick to Medicines Sans Frontiers and World Bank, leave the others out. But if you tell them, get me information about Kenyan famine statistics,
it will get you.
It will get you that. So really, I think that it is. We say the policy of this computer is garbage in, garbage out.
Yes.
We must have a clarity about the question you ask. If you throw a general question into the crowd, you will get a general answer, and you get as mashed up or as messed up replies as possible.
Yeah. So MCK recently launched the media guide on the use of artificial intelligence in Kenya.
Yes.
Yeah. So how what sets it apart for radio broadcasters such as ourselves and the other forms of media?
Principally is that if you do internet governance, there is a principle they call the law of the horse. The law of the horse was, I can't remember exactly when it came up, was about when people were discussing the rights of animals and all that. And they said, we can't have a law for every animal, so that every animal comes to do that. We have general principles about how to treat animals.
Okay.
So the law of the horse was a concept about, it's about, we can't pass a law about every new animal. So you have a new thing, there's a new law, so and all that. So we were reminding people that the ethical principles that guide journalism must come further into this technologically facilitated and artificial intelligence media work. That means that you must verify, human oversight, you must attribute, do not clone voices, because now technology allows you to do it. Don't use technology for what you wouldn't do ethically. So verification, attribution, and making sure you're reasonable, and eventually critical is that human oversight. Because then if you realize, if you have all these tools, like if we say do not kill,
yes,
we say do not kill if you have a stone, like the good David in the Bible, or if you have a spear, or if you have a gun, or if you have a missile, just do not kill. Don't say do not kill if you don't have a stone, but if you have a gun, use it some way. So the whole idea was that
Don't kill.
Yeah, we were telling people that as you move into artificial intelligence, this is additional tools and technological abilities put in the hands of a journalist. Please remain ethical, because this AI is going to do more. So if you're going to clone somebody's voice, please say
Compensate them.
Yeah, no, say that you
Credit them,
Yeah,
yeah.
credit them. If you're going to change such as my dress to make me, let's say that we used AI to do this, and now it's about attribution, because we say photo credit this and that, isn't it? So you can say animation created by AI. This is not a real voice and all that. So that, because it's very easy in this world where we keep running to nowhere in particular to do stuff and forget to accredit or attribute. So do whatever, use the technologies, but make sure it's technology for good and ethically. And remember, we say that in the cardinal rule of journalism, seek the truth and tell it, do no harm.
Yes.
If you understand that there's do no harm, attribution, verify and all that.
Yeah.
So in summary, it's about use the tools, but verify them, but always make sure that the final output must have human oversight. Yes, technologies can do anything, but finally a human being must sign out, because then the human being gives it the ethical touch, the empathy, the human touch and all that, which machines do not have. I've heard them talking that they are trying to give feelings to machines and all that. I do not think that because you can have a negotiation and an argument with your computer. That I do that all the time, but the feelings the computer does not know that I am not happy that Manu was not beaten yesterday.
Yeah, they drew 1-1 with West Ham.
Well, yes, maybe people had other opinions and all that. I like the fact that you use the word we. I will get there another way. So those background information and all that, or that there was a mosquito in my net last night, Jalala visits, those feelings and all that, or that I'm grumpy that I haven't got my coffee and all that. So those feelings and all that last week, a friend of mine, was walking and he was hit by a boulder and all that. Sometimes everyone has a trauma, some foundational things and all that. True. So the decisions you make today may seem that they are isolated based on today, but a lot that has happened over the past few days give that. So just don't let the machine, because the machine deals with you here and now. It has no foundational principles and all that to understand. And that's why even if they speak about what machines can do, we are afraid, of course, that the machines are being able to do too much.
Yes.
So in the use of AI in media and journalism, absolute final human oversight. I've studied a bit about the ethics of using AI in war, and like you have the drones, you feed the images of the bad people you want, because it's
of the enemy.
Yeah, the enemy, because there's a version of bad people from every other person and all that. The machine, the drone will go and see the bad person and release the missile, isn't it? But the machine will not notice that that bad person is with his
children,
wife and children, or he is near a school, or there is a water source used by the community nearby. There are little things that you can't really teach a machine. That's why we say let it go and spot the person, but let's have the eventual human interface that then allows that to proceed.
Make the final decision.
Yes.
Last year there's a young man in the United States who committed suicide. And this person was having a chat with one of the artificial intelligence, apps on his phone, and he was just telling it. He was actually telling it what he's about to do, and the AI kept on encouraging him, telling him, do this. You're a soldier. You're strong. And eventually, he blew up his mind with a gun. Now the family of this person is suing that AI company, because who in their right mind would encourage someone to kill themselves? I would expect that if you come to me with a problem, the first thing I do is try and make sure that you do not harm yourself by helping you, talking to you, and even finding other people to come and assist me.
How old was this young man?
He was way above 25. I can't remember. He was 25, heading somewhere around 30s there.
What you mention is perhaps among the things that has formed the foundation where certain nations of the West have actually created laws that prohibit people below a certain age. You are prohibited. It is by law. And what is of interest, you're talking about Australia, you're talking about Spain, but what is of interest is that the people who have probably run roughshod against these laws are the parents of the children. And it has brought up a completely new discussion. the understanding that parents have and whatever control measures parents actually have in bringing up their children, you find that the parents are the ones who are in many instances seeking to actually justify what the children are doing and saying this is what they are the apologists for the children. Okay? So it brings out a completely different issue other than the one which was being addressed. Parenting and the abrogation that certain communities and individuals who are actually adults in terms of chronology, the complete abrogation that they have aligned themselves with regards to bringing up their children.
Yeah.
So it's like the state is now interfering, or rather interfacing, so that they ensure that there is that safety. But it brings up yet another discussion. There's been discussions around artificial intelligence that is able to think. When I mean think, meaning the very thing we're discussing, it is able to rationally say, but the understanding, if I had to give the example of a target via drone, to say, my target is this individual, but from what I observe, that individual is with 3 other people. So that it asks the question, what then do I do? Now, is a reality, or are we still in the realm of science fiction? I personally love science fiction.
Truth of the matter is that AI goes with the principle of machine learning.
Yes.
The machine thinks because it has been taught to think. That when you go and see this person, please scan the environment. Do not act until you identify the other people there and all that. So because AI, remember it says AI and machine learning, isn't it? It was taught, the machine does not have an idea of itself. It was taught that you go, get this enemy and get them out, isn't it? But before you do it, scan around and find out whether we have children nearby and all. That's why when it says, I have identified the target, but please let me scan the environment. I can see
there's a school
children nearby and all that. But going about broader unintended consequences, about 3 weeks ago, we had a challenge with Grok. This Twitter chatbot, which is AI powered, isn't it? You could get a tweet and then you ask it truth, is it the truth that they fact check and all that, and then people went crazy. People were telling it to undress this person and show and all that, and it was a big crisis actually.
Yes.
It's about 3 weeks ago. So please undress the person here and all that, and then people rose up and all that, and then you call this big tech. They act faster when the complaints are from the West, Europe, and they act fast. I think it's no longer doing that. It was misused. People would see a thing and say, Grok, please undress this lady for me, and it would come down. Remember that, just do it and do that. So that is now Grok was like an automatic chatbot. Get on Twitter, ask it whether what it's saying is the truth, whether this person, and it would act, isn't it? It did not know that it's unethical to undress ladies and all that.
It had no idea.
And it did that for a week until then there was a...
Yeah, they actually, I remember there's a time they disabled it.
Yes.
You couldn't even have a conversation with it as people used to. Yeah. And it was a big deal actually.
Yeah, so when it came back about a month ago, it was used a bit for... but perverts used it a bit, and then I heard it now on international news that people had complained that now look at this.
But why are we slow to learn? I'm going to explain why I began with that statement. Alfred Nobel, when he invented dynamite, okay, the understanding of what he thought it was going to do and what eventually we human beings did, we have a history of how it is we use tools that are intended for good. There are some of us whose mental leaning is completely contrary to what it...
There are perverts in society. They always have a few of those.
Yes. So the very thing that you seek to achieve, there'll be those who with glee, they will embrace this thing, but what they used it for is the most nefarious things that you can ever consider. Surely, when these things are being created with our history and knowing human beings as we are, should safeguards not be the primary concern with every new tool that we actually have?
Let me be the devil's advocate.
Please.
The guys at Elon Musk say, there are too many queries on X, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's create a chatbot that responds to what people want and provides for them, isn't it? And so they get and it can respond and say, oh wow, we have Eureka, we made it, isn't it?
Yes.
And then some perverts come up and say, let me try something else. And dress that one, and it does. And say, yeah, it can do it. Then they go. So you have to, guys, and this thing, so remember, you need technology for good, isn't it?
Yes.
Some guys realize that we can also use technology for not so good.
Not so good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they use it. So you have to remind now, tell it. And please do not follow every command you are told. You know, you have to go, because that's why we say machine
or
learning.
don't follow commands of this nature.
Yes, you have to. It's machine learning, isn't it? It does what it was told. Garbage in, garbage out, isn't it? You generate it to reply to people and background and do that. Now you have to go in and tell. When you have this nature of questions, pause and reflect their ethical nature, whether you are following these rules and all that. And going back to what City spoke about, that ability to think now. Now that we, over time, because it's continuous. It's continuous now. Remember, initially it used to do anything. Now it has been taught, don't follow any command. Reflect about this command. If it falls within this category, do not, and all that. If it falls then within this category, if you are not very sure, because we just have a little human interfaces there, please drop back, because it's usually very fast. There's usually a few humans behind it. Refer this question and say, I am unable to choose whether this question is ethical or not. Because that's why. So, and then when the people now realize what question that is and give you a command, the machine has learned that in future such a question, I will act on it this way. That's what happens.
Actually, you're right, because you see, for especially AI and technology, basically in general, you will find that there's something called beta testing. So they release an initial version, they release it to the public uses it, and then they realize, okay, so this is what the public is interested in, but also this is the potential of this thing. Then now they release another version, probably now called version 2.0, because the first one was 1.0, which now is newer, better, perhaps even more efficient, but now they have minused some of the problems with the first one. So even with this grok that he's talking about, that is exactly what happened. Walianza kurealize kitu bwana inaweza fanya mambo mbaya, and they edited the programming, and now they have released it afresh. By the way, grok can actually also be downloaded on your phone. Forget the way you find it on X. You can actually download it on your phone as an app. Now that one, you can do everything and anything with it. Hii ingine ya Twitter ndio wameiclip kidogo. Ile ingine unaweza download kama app. Hiyo ni mambo yote.
You know, my point here is this.
Yes.
Human nature is not strange to us. We understand. When technology came into, for instance, this is an example I'm giving into the banking sector. There are very many things that you acknowledge made life a little better. Where before, when somebody wanted to refer to your credit history, there were piles and piles of documents somebody had to look for, to sort of like look through, literally, physically. At the touch of some button or some key, this was now available. Then human nature, with its diversity, came in. And there are people who decided, you know, I can actually access this whole system sitting remotely somewhere once I understand a couple of things. But better still, I can even divert money in the direction that I want. And better still, and all these things. Now, my question is, knowing human nature, I would assume that these are some of the serious considerations that are taken. Someone tell me actually they are. But if the system is interfered with adequately over a period of time, then those systems are not as good as they should be. A country like, say, Estonia, okay, which is literally systems out, zote, everything about them, okay, is 21st century compliant, meaning everything is online. You want to register this, you want to do this. There are only two things you need to be physically present: marriage, maybe, and a land transaction. Everything else, but at some point they need to see whether it's actually you. They have every detail about you. That little bit is what tells me that they have understood. At some point, you actually need that interpersonally human
interaction.
Yes, because there are certain matters that you cannot rely on technology 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
True story. UNESCO has told us the theme for this year is radio and artificial intelligence. They also said AI is a tool, not rather it's a tool, not a voice. That's the slogan for this year. Sisi kama wa Kenya hapa, how are we going to observe this day?
Of course, we will have. We are here today. Of course, with these radio interviews. We are here. We are in about myself, selected members and board members, and B radio people are in several places. I know people like the cabinet secretary Bonakabogo and a few CEOs are in another station, Kitucha Babana. So we are people going to radio to just put this voice across.
Yes.
And on Friday we're having now the World Radio Day. We have keynote addresses, experiences from presenters and all that. We will be at the Norfolk Hotel. Okay. Say that the media sector in Kenya to have these discussions and all that, where we will also launch the 90-day countdown to the annual media summit and the 14th annual media excellence awards, which we will do around the 15th of May. So on Friday we'll be there. So we are doing a bit of activities, and there will be a bit of newspaper articles and all that. But most important, that's why we even have a little. Today we have a training in Kajiado. Today.
Okay.
Yes, we're training journalists about how to use these tools. Other example, AI now. With AI, you can know who is listening to you. You can know their age. You can know how many hours they listen to you.
Their location.
You can know their location and whether they listen to you on phone, online, or on radio and all that.
Yes.
That is AI. Otherwise, kusema tuko tunatafuta listenership and all that. Number two, you can with AI now, because of immediate feedback, you can realize that you can summarize what were all the comments in this program, what do people want us to tell them tomorrow and all that. Remember, we said that it's a tool to make work easier, and everything that makes work easier has certain risks. That's where if you remember, this is not a very good example. Growing up in the villages where I grew up at the foot of the Mau Forest, most of the suicides, people walikuwa natumia either dawa ya panya ama ile dawa ya kuosha kupea ng'ombe. True or false?
Absolutely true.
Okay. So that this was invented, kuna sumu ya kuua panya kwa nyumba, isn't it?
Yes.
But people realized
it can also kill you.
Yes. That kuna dawa ya kutoa kupe kwa ng'ombe, isn't it? Then people realized, so it was we learned na ilikuwa ingine na kaka maziwa, so there was must hide juu watoto wasione wakunywa and all that. So anything that has this good side has a little back side and all that. So really the discussion now, because it's emerging technology and it's moving, the discussion now is to make sure that we, the users of AI in the radio studios, understand and make sure that we are founded on certain ethical principles. But secondly, understand the many things radio can do. It can schedule our adverts, it can schedule music. If you want to take a large gulp of coffee, like City here, you can allow AI to give you an interlude of music and do something like that. So even if you get stuck a bit and it notices you are not speaking for a while, it can just throw in a promo and all that. So really it's that technology for good. So it's twofold here. Make the people, the radio users, we guys in the studio, know which tools are available for our use affordably, because not every radio can afford the best of technology and all that.
True.
And I've said very that we have a lot of free AI tools across, the Groks, the co-pilots and others, which are affordable, because not everybody can generate their own in-house and all that. But also learn then how to use it ethically, because the challenge we have is to try to run away from technology. Remember when computers came, a few people tried to run away from them. By the time they came back, they realized that nobody wanted to deal with anybody who does not know how to use a computer.
Yes.
So twofold, we in the media space to understand the tools and opportunities offered by the AI. And number two, we want to do that now. How then do we use that for good?
Yes. All right. And what message do you have for Kenyans out there? This is now just in regards to radio, not necessarily on the theme of this day. In regards to radio, what message do you have for our listeners?
Radio done well remains the most reliable source of information from the remotest parts of the country, and it is one of the most reliable tools for human development. Do not, while we get excited about new channels of media and all that, do not forget the credibility of traditional media, because we have a lot of investment and a lot of human capacity that has been gone into getting radio done well, and the ability of radio to utilize and mobilize people around common causes cannot be downplayed.
Okay.
So I urge that while we get excited about all the new media and all that, let's not forget the legacy media, especially the opportunities presented by radio, especially that opportunity for you to consume radio without stopping what you are doing. Any other media you will notice, if it's social media or newspaper or TV, you have to stop and spare some minutes.
Yeah.
Radio is really is an accompaniment. It just goes along with you. You're going to work and all that. And
You're
all
driving,
that.
you're doing your laundry.
You're farming, you're taking your animals out to the river and all that. Radio, you're doing your border and all that. That uniqueness of radio is what makes it stand out. And so as we celebrate this World Radio Day, I urge that radio kiboko yao mpaka sasa, we stick to it.
Asante sana. We are counting down, you said 90 days to the 13th annual
14th.
14. These are the 14th. They will be the 14th.
Yes.
Annual Journalism Excellence Awards.
Yes.
Someone was asking me if you have what are they called? Awards for producers.
Yes, we are counting to the 14th annual Media Excellence. We have moved on now from journalism
to
excellence.
Now media.
Yes.
So it's no longer a JAIR, it's a mayor.
It's a mayor.
Okay.
Because you notice that last year we updated the code of conduct for practice of journalism to become the code of media practice in Kenya.
Okay.
Because it was an order of the court that we integrate the code of journalism and the entire any matters content into our code of ethics. Yes, we have best production, best follow-up, best watch bulletin, best videography. So if you notice that now we have integrated the awards to journalists,
yes,
and awards to media houses.
Okay.
Yes. The categories, there are 24 categories, and so we have, if you do a good production, if you do a good show,
yes,
it is part of the category. So you need to check that.
I'll definitely we'll submit a couple of our productions there for sure.
Yes.
Thank you so much, David, for coming through and for helping us have this conversation. Umesema Friday tunapatana Norfolk, eh?
Yes. Karibu sana.
Look at me inviting myself.
Karibu sana. You come, you take the breakfast.
Yes.
We will pay. Don't worry.
You got me at breakfast.
Yes.
And the fact that you will pay.
Karibu sana.
All right, that is David Omoyo. He is the CEO of Media Council of Kenya. We are taking a short break, but when we return in the next hour, we will be having another conversation. I hope our guest has arrived. That is Honorable Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti constituency. We're going to be getting into a bit of politics right now, though. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Human Rights Commission has issued a 7-day ultimatum to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to institute criminal proceedings against police officers implicated in recent killings, warning that it will pursue private prosecutions if no action is taken. The human rights body has also demanded the immediate resignation of Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, citing what it describes as systemic abuse within the police service. In a press statement released on Tuesday, the Commission condemned the fatal shooting of Cheryl Adhiambo, a first-year student at the Kenya Medical Training College, who was killed by police officers on February 7th in Huruma, Nairobi. The government has put in place strategies to remove street children and place them in formal shelters, in addition to providing them with vocational training to help them earn a living. Speaking after visiting the Ufariji Children's Home in Kasarani, Nairobi, PS in the Department of Children's Services, Karen Agengo, revealed that about 20,000 children have been rescued and taken to safe shelters.
We have a policy in place, the national policy on rehabilitation of street families, and this was developed in 2023, and this policy guides on how we are going to rescue families from the streets and bring them to the society. And implementation of this policy is ongoing. We have already established 41 county chapters where we have committees which are in charge of ensuring they get reports on who are the people in the streets. And
Jubilee Party leader Fred Matiang'i has declared he is the best candidate to take up the presidency in the next year's general election. Speaking at the opening of the Jubilee Party regional and Nakuru county offices in Section 58 Nakuru, Matiang'i said that if elected Kenya's sixth president, he will focus on improving the health and education sectors. Several Jubilee leaders who attended the event backed his bid, saying his leadership will benefit the country.
Tukifanya hapa, tukisafisha sekta ya elimu, hatutukua na hii maneno mnaona hapa iti watoto waendi shule. Mambo ya afya hii imeletwa siku hizi sarakasi zinaitwa SHA. Sisi tunataka kutoa hiyo yote, tutarudisha mahali tulikuwa vizuri, hii nchi ingie kwa barabara.
Hakuna mtu ambaye utafanya rais wa nchi ya Kenya ambaye atafanya kazi ya kufurahisha kama huyu jamaa yuko hapa. Tumeelewana?
Tuko gagari. What we are fighting for, we are now getting it. And we thank God. I am the happiest person here today.
French President Emmanuel Macron has urged Europe to assert itself on the world stage, saying it is time to start acting like a power in the face of growing threats from China, Russia, and now the US. He told a group of European newspapers that the continent faced a wake-up call. Macron repeated his call for EU-wide mutualized loans in order to raise hundreds of billions of euros needed for industrial investment. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Chelsea missed a chance to move into the Premier League's top four after giving away a 2-goal lead against Leeds United at Stamford Bridge. The home side went ahead through Joao Pedro, then doubled their lead after the break with a goal from Cole Palmer, but they let the game slip. Moises Caicedo fouled Jadon Bogle in the box, and Lucas Mecha scored from the penalty to pull Leeds back into the match. Leeds then equalized after a defensive mix-up involving Josh Achiampong, Malo Gusto and goalkeeper Robert Sanchez, allowing Noah Okafor to score. The Brazilian teenager Ryan continued his blistering start to life in the Premier League as Bournemouth came from behind to defeat 10-man Everton at Hill Dickinson Stadium. After making a £24.7 million move from Vasco da Gama last month, Ryan scored for a second game in a row to cancel out Ilman Diaz's first-half penalty before Min Adli put Bournemouth ahead less than 4 minutes later. A disastrous 8-minute period for Everton was compounded when defender Jake O'Brien was sent off for a professional foul on Adli. The match ended 2-1. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truth and bold insights, Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and of course in the great county of Garissa, it's 89.5. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and I'm hanging out with City Muga. To may have a very interesting conversation as far as AI is concerned, and I've learned a couple of things that I had forgotten AI can actually do. It can make you very, very lazy. Because the moment you just give it one sentence of a command, that's it. It can actually make you very lazy.
If you're inclined to being lazy, you don't need AI. AI will actually confirm that indeed you are lazy. Yes.
Ukizoeanga tu kuambia, tell me what the president of the US said yesterday in regards to, I don't know,
Yes,
ice.
Even if you frame it with the I don't know, it will give you a response.
Yeah, it will tell you the president of the United States indeed did say that he doesn't know what these people are doing in his country, and that is why illegal immigrants need to be deported. But anyway, AI is, it's getting us to some crazy places. There is a new AI, video creation AI that has been created by some Chinese, techs. Now, this thing can create video for you with audio, and some of the examples that have been showcased right now online are of action sequences of like people fighting, movie action sequences, let me call them that. So you see all these people doing all this ninja stuff, fighting, karate, kung fu, all that, and that thing looks amazing. You know what we used to see Akina Jet Li, Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan do when they were in their prime? Now this one is doing it perhaps even 100 times better.
So instead of simply flying to the top of a 3-story building,
they are now flying to the moon. Bro, no, but this is not me. Like, that thing is showing the potential of what action movies can actually be. Now, it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. Let me start with the good part. It's a good thing because, I like action superhero movies, the likes of Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, and so on and so forth. And it's interesting to see them do things that human beings can't do, because you wish you could fly, you wish you could teleport, you wish you could, with one swing of a sword you can cut through 55 trees and perhaps even a mountain, things that we could only see in a cartoon. But now, with the AI that China has created, or these Chinese techs have created, bro, that thing looks so bloody real. You can literally see CT Muga do those stunts. CT Muga with his gray hair, you can see him doing fly kicks and so on and so forth, and it looks awesome. Now, the good thing is that we can get so many of these movies, and then the creativity is off the hinges. But now the bad part is, bro, watu watapoteza makazi. We're going to have celebrities who are images that we cannot put a face to. We cannot say, for example, me meeting someone like Keanu Reeves, who's a Hollywood actor, is mind-boggling, because this is a great guy. He does all these great movies, and it's an honor to be with you and to just understand your story and how you became this great actor. But now we're going to have an AI image, because they can literally create an AI image of someone who doesn't exist. I will never get to meet this person in real life. That person will never come to my university or my studio like this and give us an interview and tell us how he got to, where he is right now as an actor. That one city is gone. The jobs of stuntmen, for example, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Dwayne Johnson, who portrays several characters, the most notable ones. Dwayne Johnson na nini? Black Adam, in the movie called Black Adam, where he was a superhero. He has a stunt double, because he's not going to do everything. He's not going to jump across buildings. Someone does the jumping of buildings for him. Stunt doubles wamepoteza makazi. Watu wenye walikuwa wanatengeneza hizo rigs za ku make sure umeshikiliwa na hizo makamba unarukanga nazo, hizo kazi zinaenda. Watu wenye walikuwa wanafanya hizi sequences za ku drive those cars across the streets and crashing them into buildings, hizo kazi zimeenda.
But Paul, from the time that technology came into being, you're talking about the the period of mechanization with the agricultural revolution,
yes,
similar things were said. People will lose jobs. They lose jobs for a while, yes.
Okay.
But there are other jobs that one can always do. This very sequence that, as you very aptly put it, gets someone to lose jobs, it also creates jobs, because when it does something that someone else was doing,
yes,
it means that, one, now you can produce whatever you're producing in greater numbers. Whatever it is that was being done can be done by more and more people. But the technology doesn't spread as fast as you'd like everywhere. The technology will be available to people. There are some who will use it. It takes time for it to be cascaded to the point where everyone now consumes it. Case in point, electric vehicles.
Yes.
I see the proliferation. They're not the only vehicles you see, but I see the proliferation. I see the proliferation of motorbikes more so, and I see many of them. But in a country like ours, motorbikes work better because you can have a spare battery that you can hang out with. For it to be clearly proliferated, you need to have, just like we have fuel stations everywhere, we need to have charging ports everywhere. Because me personally,
yeah,
there is absolutely no way I'm going to buy an electrical car unless I know unless I know that if
you can drive all the way to Kisumu.
Yes, and there are 4 places where I can charge it. I am not doing any such thing.
So you want a place in Limuru, Mahio?
Yes.
You want one in Naivasha?
Yes.
Another one at Molo? Then you want
to... We've gone far. Gilgil, Nakuru, as you continue.
So that you can be sure of it.
I am certain. And in Kisumu, the town, the city, I need to know there are around 6 or 7 places. So I'm good. I don't really care, I am good. But the way it is now, I forget it, man.
But nikwambie, kuna magari, there's a vehicle, a specific one called Lucid Air. Lucid, I think it's called Lucid Air, I could be wrong, but I know that at least it's called Lucid at the very least. Lucid can do over 530 miles.
I don't care, even if it can do 1,000. I don't think you've understood. I don't care. Even if you tell me this thing, lifespan yake is 2,000 kilometers, I'm going to ask you, how many places can I charge this thing?
What is the distance from here to your Ushago?
It's around 300 kilometers.
Bro, 500 miles? Already that is almost 800 kilometers. That means it can go to your Ushago, utazunguka in the shopping center, na utarudi Nairobi.
I don't think you heard me, so let me repeat myself again.
Yeah.
It can do 2,000 kilometers.
But you still want the charging stations?
No. I have to know where I can charge this thing. I have to know. Technology can fail.
But you charge your phone and you're told, for example, your phone can hold the charge if you're using it heavily. It can do, say, 8 hours.
Well, I understand all that, but I still walk with 2 phones.
City bwana. Come back to the 21st century.
No, I am in the 21st century. You see, you are big gang. You are gang ho. You do not like to be cautious. Me, I am cautious.
Yeah.
Okay. For instance, my vehicle, if I fill the tank, I can drive to Shago and do ABCD.
Right.
I'm not going to drive to Shago directly. No.
Kuna utapitia hapa na pale.
I will stop just so that I can stretch and so forth, but I will refuel that vehicle, okay, when I get to Nakuru. Full tank again.
Yeah.
So that I know I have a full tank.
Surely, hata ijeisha hiyo mafuta ulikuwa umeweka initially.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I like the idea of knowing that this tank is almost full.
Right.
That way, should I suddenly find that something has happened, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It is... What we're referring to here is how I think. Okay? This thing where I find that people have phones and the phone is, my phone is almost empty. In the bucket, you want me to ask, what do you, I mean, in my head, I'm asking, what were you thinking?
Yes. Well,
you're using the phone. Don't you know that the charge is going to go down? The charge is so that you use it, and if you keep using it, it'll go down.
I have one of those fancy chargers that charge fast. They're called fast chargers in my car. The one that you can connect to the whatever, and then it charges you. So that one I usually have it, but for some strange reason, I have never used it. Nilinunua hiyo kitu ikaange tu kwa gari. Now my phone is always charged. I sijaijipata mahali where I need to recharge my phone. Even when for one reason or another I don't make it back home, you know, and then I probably go home a few hours later, my phone always and it is because of the choice of phone that I decide to buy. Mimi baingi simu zenye ziko na capacity kubwa ya battery, sababu Mr. Hangi shida ya battery imeisha, sijui sasa lazima nianze kutafuta mtu mwenye ako na charger, sijui type C, sijui unique stress sitaki.
Your thinking is not different from mine.
Yes,
you have found a solution,
right?
Okay. I will have a phone that has that long lasting charge, but I will still have a second one just in case.
Now this is how I refuel. Na ngojanga gari niambie mafuta imeisha.
Ngoja tu.
Ndio.
One day it will tell you that and immediately after it has told you it will stop. Then you'll start looking for a jerrycan, which I'm certain you don't have.
Let me tell you something, CT. In my entire life, tangu ninunue gari, which is over 10 years now, nime have kutembea na kibuyu once. And it was initially because I hadn't understood the capacity of the vehicle. But now ninajuanga ikiblink, I know I can go for several tens of kilometers.
Why do you wait for it to blink?
I don't know. I'm just like that.
I told you are gung-ho.
Yeah.
You like walking on the edge. Yes, you like pushing the
mimi ikianza kufanya hivi najuanga I can push it another 50 or so kilometers.
I don't even want to see that light.
Yeah. You don't wait for it.
I do not want to see it. Forget not. I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Again, see, so this AI thing and the electrical cars and what have you, they're wonderful things. But my relationship with them, it's cautious.
Kidogo tricky.
Cautious completely. Completely.
But it's a good thing. I mean, AI we need to adapt now to AI, whether we like it or not. Of course, there are those who will have AI, but you will have an analog backup of sorts, which is a good thing. Actually, I believe we need to do that. For example, don't just heavily rely on AI for everything in your house. AI TV, AI radio, AI unlocking of doors, AI lights. Juu siku moja AI inaweza amua tu leo AI ifanyi kazi. You know, China now is banning vehicles that cannot have the handle that doesn't pop out, because nowadays the handle is hidden. Then whenever you need to open the door of the car, you either get close to the car or get the key close to the car so that now the handle can pop out and then you open the door. Now they have insisted that going forward, any vehicle manufactured, I think after, is it February, has got to have its handle visible and also already popped out. Is that making sense? Yeah.
It's visibly out. All you do is tag it.
You just, yes. Because those vehicles, when they get into a crash or in case of an emergency, hiyo mlango haifunguki na watu wamechomekea kwa magari. Watu wengine wamekufia kwa magari through other means because you're unable to open the door because the entire vehicle is AI. So you need to have the key close to you, number one. So what if the key runs out of battery?
Yeah.
So you're close, but the car can't recognize the key.
Now you see, you, my man, are thinking like I think.
Yes. Or you have the key, the car has got battery, but the vehicle has a virus. So it just decides to malfunction. So you're unable to open the door, and then you end up having a disaster.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to give all this AI thing time. Mimi, bro, nataka kuona petroli ikiingia kwa gari.
Yeah. Yes.
Nataka kuona hiyo kitu kisonga.
Right.
Nataka kusikia vroom.
I was talking to a Boda guy around my area, and he told me that he spends 250 shillings on battery every single day. They currently do not have the capacity to charge the batteries in their own homes. So you have to go back to the manufacturer of the bicycle, the piki, sorry. They exchange the battery for you.
It costs you 250.
So yeah, he told me, 250 is what he uses. Kuna wengine wanatumianga more, perhaps kuna wengine wanatumia less, depending again on your usage, because you can go and say, give me a battery that has got the capacity of say 90 kilometers. Someone else will come and say, me in a day I don't do more than 30 kilometers, so give me a battery of 30 kilometer capacity. Someone else does longer kilometers, so they will come and say, give me one for 200 kilometers. Na hivyo ndivyo watapatiwa, and each of them has got bei yake tofauti. So alisema yeye aliniambia anafanyanga roughly, anazungukanga tupo kwa mtaa because he does deliveries. So he told me that he pays 250 shillings. Hiyo 250 sijui inampelekanga how far. And then he says that is the amount of money it cost him every day. And I asked him, and how is it different from when you had an internal combustion engine motorcycle? He said, hiyo kitu ilikuwa nikunywa hata saa zingine 1,000, 1,500 depending on the day. I was like, wow. So you see the difference?
No, I know the difference, but Paul, remember, theirs is a simpler solution, and I can see it makes sense. You can even get a battery spare.
Yes.
So when this one does for you,
unabadilisha.
Just remove it and return, and you're on the move. Okay. We will get to a point where we'll find there are batteries that you can recharge even as you're riding. We already have batteries that can be recharged
as you drive. Yes.
Our vehicles, that is what happens to the vehicles. That's what an alternator does. So this technology we're talking of, it's not as though it is strange or it is new. It's the electrical part, okay, and the greenness of the electricity as of that production of the electricity that is being touted. Now, that is a discussion for another day. But technology is good because the motorbike has revolutionized transport on this particular continent.
Yes.
You can go to places you could never go before. People can reach places they never went, they would never go to before. You can get there quicker with more ease. A lot has changed.
Yeah. Actually, you've just reminded me of this mobility with Piki. For a very long time, we've been using now Chinese-made motorcycles.
Indian. You started with Indian.
Yes, it started with Indian, but right now the Chinese ones zimeingia.
Ziko nyingi, but there are others which are not necessarily Chinese.
Yes.
This is a revolution. It has injected a lot of technology and a lot of players into that particular market. Yes.
Now, I was watching a video the other day talking about how the Indian motorcycles have literally revolutionized transportation in Africa. And they were saying that America is falling behind and they might need to... This was someone doing a comparison kati yetu na America sana because pia America wanatumianga pikipiki sana, but you know them, they have for them pikipiki is leisure because they have these really premium motorcycles such as the Harley Davidson and many others I'm forgetting right now, but yeah. And they were talking about how those particular ones cannot compete with the ones that are currently in Africa of Indian origin. We're talking about the Bajajs and the Boxers and nimesahau hizo zingine akina TVS. So walikuwa wanasema America needs to rethink its nini, otherwise its model and even American manufacturers.
But remember, whatever you see in a country, it begins by meeting the needs of the citizenry of that country first. Okay? America for the longest time has not had one, and it still doesn't have the population that India has, number one. Number two, it doesn't have the levels of poverty that India has. If they are catching up, they're doing so now. Okay? Now, when it comes to transportation, both subcontinents or continents have public transportation. But individual transportation, when you look at how the economy of, say, America is structured, and how it is that it is an economy that runs on debt, on credit, so long as you have a job, you can afford anything you want. Because it will be given to you on credit. Yes.
Okay.
Now, you can buy a car easily. All you need is a job. Motorbike, if you want, you can buy easily. You can put a deposit on a house. Now, paying for it until it's complete is a different story. But starting the process has not been difficult. The Indian subcontinent, that is a completely different story.
Yes. These guys have got a motorcycle for every purpose.
Yes, they do.
You want something that will carry cows for you, they'll have a motorcycle for that.
You want a motorcycle that acts like it is a bus.
They have that one
for you, yes. And you can see the structure.
They have this. You've mentioned that. I remember they have this lorry kind of pikipiki, and I'm calling it a pikipiki because you kitu nanikalianga strange.
It is a pikipiki.
That thing is as huge as a canter, but it has one wheel at the front, two at the back.
Yes.
But that thing is huge. Niliona siku ingine kwa roads of Nairobi. And I was like, I cannot board this thing. Hata na dawa.
But let me, but even if you look at the public transport sector, some of those vehicles that you speak to are then fashioned to carry people. That Asian area, you go to Indonesia, you'll find them. Okay? You go to Thailand, you'll find them.
Yeah.
Okay? Those vehicles meet the needs of the people.
Of the population. I agree with you.
Okay?
Yeah.
It is what they are happy with. And it does the trick for them. Talking of motorbike, if you go to some of the areas, say for instance in South America, and South America has many hilly places, many hilly places. They also use motorbikes.
Yes.
Okay? For all manner of transportation. But the motorbikes that they use tend to be the off-road, what we call off-road motorbikes.
Bikes, yes.
Not these street bikes that we use for ferrying people here. Okay? Again, it's meeting a need that the people have. Okay? Now, America has a lot of catching up to do on very many fronts. We resonate with Asia.
Yes.
We resonate with China, we resonate with India.
Because of our population and our needs.
Yes, it's
very similar to theirs.
Very similar. Very similar. And a motorbike is far easier to afford than a car.
True.
Okay.
Bona nimepatana na kapika hapa Nairobi na zinauzwa hapa Mombasa road nyingi. Pickup brand new. If you want you can get 0 mileage. It's like a pickup truck, let me call it that. Pickup truck. But bro, hiyo kitu iko na engine ya tuk-tuk.
Whatever. Have you seen the vehicles that are made in India? Okay. Very cost effective.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We first came across them in the Moi era when the police force at that point in time bought some of them.
Mahindra?
Yes.
Yes.
I am of the view that anybody who knows how to run could run faster than those vehicles.
Yes.
Yes. But they were used. Now, I always used to marvel. You have a robbery. Somebody has a car. When I want to catch those people, the next following year, I mean,
it's like you're escorting them away.
Not even escorting them.
Yeah.
You escort them for a bit because then they disappear.
Yes.
But those vehicles are hardy. Not necessarily fast. They don't do a thing. You know, AI simply represents the latest frontier of what you call human technological adventures. Okay? And what it means. And again, AI is a premier conversation because of what we can see it doing, but it becomes even more exciting when you look at the promise of AI and what it can do.
Yeah.
And how AI touches every aspect of our lives. Anything that we do, everything we've been accustomed to doing, the moment you introduce AI to it, one, you're being told you'll be able to do it with greater ease.
Yeah.
You'll be able to do it with greater efficiency. So the net benefit is what is touted. But in the conversation we've just had,
yes,
I had to bring in the human element, the adverse aspects of our nature that has a tendency of also corroding the very, very things that this thing was intended to create or to provide in terms of good, and human nature then providing the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, I like some 3-4 years ago, I participated in a machine learning process. So this machine learning is where you're prompted to do certain actions, and those actions are fed into a computer, and then the computer will be told that when you see someone doing this is them yawning, for example. When you see them looking like this is them looking to the right. This is left, this is up. So I participated in such a video where I repeated certain actions over and over and over and over until the machine was told this is what happens when you need when someone is doing this kind of activity. AI has gotten to a point where now you can actually even teach it to notice things in a video recording that you wouldn't pick out as a human being. Or rather, even if you were to pick it out, it would take you a while before you picked out that particular activity. For example, let's say at an airport, you're looking at a video of potential threats in that particular airport. Utaangalia utaona tu kila mtu ako sawa. Utaona that is someone walking across, that is someone with their child, this is a child probably playing a ball, and so on and so forth. And you might not notice anything about that picture that is that could be alarming. But AI, because it has already been taught that a normal human being is supposed to walk like this. Someone who has got a limp, for example, should be walking like this. Whether the limp is on the left side or on the right side. Limp inafaa kukua mtu mwenye ako na an ankle injury, for example, anatembeanga hivi. Mtu mwenye ako distressed anakaa hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. So AI will analyze an image faster than you can and tell you, by the way, there's a gentleman there with white hair. He's wearing a green shirt. That person is walking or is seated suspiciously. He's holding his bag suspiciously. Or he is on what looks like a phone, but from the analysis, this is not a phone. So they're able to detect a threat faster than a human being could. And perhaps apprehend this particular would be criminal.
Actually, it would, because AI doesn't have school fees. AI doesn't have a family.
Haina stress.
AI doesn't have relatives.
Haijakosana na bibi yake jana usiku.
All these things that run interference in our process of thinking, the things we do, AI doesn't do. The singularity of purpose, of necessity, was going to make it not just efficient, but effective. Yes.
Yeah, that is where we're heading now with AI.
Good.
Let's just hope it doesn't start profiling people. Because people
what
can
do
teach
you
it.
mean it doesn't start? It's already doing it.
People can teach it to profile.
It's already doing it, man. Yes.
Uanze kuprofile.
Oh, but that frontier it reached a long time ago. No, you are thinking it's starting it now.
Yeah.
Oh no, that they figured out quite a while back. Remember, one of the things that any new tool, any new invention, any technological advancement, the use to which it is first put from those who bring it into being, is security. As soon as they can, it is security. And it will be tested within the security ambit of whatever government or whatever nation this thing was invented. When they figured out what they can do and what they can't, that's when it reaches the public for public consumption. Don't think that these things we are consuming were the first people to engage with. No.
Actually, I was told that the internet, before we got it as a population, internet nasikia ilikuwa inatumika na the military huko 1977.
Oh, my friend. Satellites that we speak of, you're talking about the 70s. We had satellites that could actually focus on grain up for whatever it is and tell you, you are going to have a blight this year. This particular grain, this harvest is going to be bad. In the 1970s, what do you think they can do now?
Yeah. Kuna vile.
Yes. So, technology, the proprietary nature of it, the people in whose country is invented, will make sure they benefit first. But also remember, many of these countries, if it's a rich nation, they will make sure that they use the resources they have to also support such processes so that they can actually work. And when they work, usually it's with their purpose in mind. Public consumption comes much later.
Yes.
But what they can do to benefit them in what they do, whether it's espionage, whether it's in warfare, that's where they first of all interact with it. When they figure out what they want to do with it, then as puny mortals are then allowed to engage with it.
Lastly, on AI still, I look at the people graduating today from universities. You've done your undergrad, you have attained this particular degree, and it's a good thing. Congratulations for you. But I'm taken back to some 40 years ago, how people used to do their assignments. Bro, hii story ya kuandika assignment na mkono si ni kazi mingi.
Well, I don't think so actually.
Ni kazi mingi. Because number one, if I look at how it is nowadays with AI, you can literally just, you can dictate to your computer what to write. Like literally you can tell it. You have the notes, or rather you have the content in your head. Yeah? And you using a voice AI, for example, you just dictate and it types out the stuff for you. You don't have to go and on your laptop or on a typewriter. You don't have to sit down with a pencil or a pen and write until mkono inauma unaanza kufanya.
Allow me to just give you a little news flash. Some of us actually like writing. Some of us actually like typing.
Yes.
Some of us actually like the laborious task of reading something through and then maybe cross-checking with AI just as for purposes of reference. Why? partly because I understand the interface of what I read, what I do, and how it expands my own mental capacity. So I know all that. Okay? If AI can do that, so it does, but AI will probably tend to diminish the very thing that I'm saying.
Yes.
That laborious process does. And I do not want to diminish
Actually,
my capacity.
you know, when you write, things actually stick faster and better.
As I said, I do not wish to diminish my capacity. AI is wonderful. It's a reference point. I like to type, I like to write. So those who do not like to write or don't like to type, by all means, let AI type for you.
Carry on.
Please.
Yeah.
Tafadhali.
Because it was laborious. Unaenda huko kwa library unachukua vitabu kama 6. Because I also did the same. I remember that time akukwanga na AI kwa venye iko saizi. You have to go to the library, look for the specific book. Sometimes you find that your classmate has already borrowed that book. So now you have to wait for them to finish with the books so that you can now also go and use it. Because like books that are biotechnology, those textbooks are not, they're not cheap. One textbook can go for as much as 20,000, you know, and buying it for yourself is not an option. Ulikuwa unangoja ile iko kwa library. Ama mtu akikopa library, mnaenda mnakaa na yeye mnasoma hiyo kitu yote. Ndio by the time mnairudisha kwa library mko satisfied nayo. But nowadays some of these books are in PDF format online, and now they are way cheaper than that 20,000 Kenya shillings, which is a good thing. I'm just saying that back in the, kama mimi nilikuwa nadhani niko na shida wakati wangu, I cannot imagine what my ancestors, or rather my fathers at the time that were studying, what they had to endure.
Actually, that's the point. One doesn't endure. If what is available at that point in time is what you are doing, you simply accustom yourself to it.
Yeah.
So the strain that you are alluding to doesn't actually exist. It's just the cost of doing, or the strain, or the process of doing whatever it is that you want to do and want to achieve.
Yeah.
You see, the comparison is what makes you think in terms of, oh, it must have been easier. For instance, going to school, walking or running to school. In an earlier time, when some of us were going to primary school, or there were no buses for you to board, so you walked. If you are late, you ran. In a slightly earlier time, if you started studying in the rural areas, like I first went to school in the rural areas, you went barefooted.
Yeah.
Everybody went barefooted, so you can't tell me I was suffering, because I wasn't suffering.
Ulikuwa tu sawa.
I was fine. Yes.
Sawa, si ulikuwa tu sawa.
Yes. Now, when you compare it with now, where everybody wears shoes, whether they fit you well or not, then they, oh, you guys must be having a hard time. No, I was not having a hard time. Were you walking long distances? Actually, yes, I was, but I was not having a hard time. No.
All right. George Buyu amesema advanced intelligence, he agrees with what the CEO said. Then amesema using AI is just like using any other research tools, and the more work you do, the better the end result, or detailed or accurate. He's very right. You know, the more you use like one AI, for example, nowadays ziko nyingi, kuna ChatGPT, kuna Gemini, kuna DeepSeek. The more you use these tools, especially on the same topic, the more they now start learning. Oh, City Muge is interested in learning Kenyan politics. So every time you ask it a question in regards to politics,
algorithm.
Your algorithm isha kulane. Inajuanga, City is interested in ODM politics, for example. So every time you ask it about what Ruto is doing today in Northeastern, it tells you, would you like to know what ODM leaders are saying in regards to this visit? Because it learns that CT is always interested in ODM. So
if you shop online, something similar, after a while, the algorithm figures out what you like buying. So it will be introducing you to things.
Yeah.
Would you like this?
Yeah.
Would you consider this? Would you perhaps? Yes, it does.
Before I understood all these stories to do with algorithm, I used to get certain kinds of friend requests or friend suggestions from my social media tools. And I was like, why do they keep on, suggesting these kinds of people? Nikajua, yeah. Abraham Leting anauliza, watching live from Molo, where is Honorable Caleb Amisi? Well, we are unable to reach Mheshimiwa. That is what the producer tells me, but it doesn't stop us from having a conversation on what we wanted to talk about, because with him, I wanted to talk about, the defections happening around all the political parties and the regrouping of regional politics and, of course, the road to 2027. So, regardless of his presence, we will still look at some of the things that are currently making headlines. For example, on the front page of the Star newspaper here, we did tell you earlier on that Oburu team plans to kick out Sifuna in Mombasa meet. Now, this story is comprehensive on page 6. And if I just open page 6 and see what they have to say about it, chini niwaambie ko venye wanasema ODM meet to seal Sifuna's fate, allies dropped from top organ, and they're saying that the push to ODM is set for a high-stakes National Executive Committee meeting today amid growing indications that the fate of Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and his allies could be decided. This will be second next sitting since the demise of the party's long-serving leader Raila Odinga in October last year. In its first meeting, the committee appointed Oburu to take over from Raila by passing the 3 deputy party leaders. Now, today's meeting carries strong undertones of possible leadership changes. Now, a couple of folks who were in Busia. Actually, let me just mention one of the folks that was in Busia. Sifuna is very obviously conspicuous in that, but kuliwanga na James Orengo, the governor for Siaya County. Do you think they would dare kick out James Orengo from ODM?
I would like to see them do it.
And the reason I've said dare is because from Star Kenya anakuuliza irregardless. Yeah, irregardless is actually a word, my friend. I also was shocked to find out that it is a word. That is Star Kenya. But thank you for pointing it out. Yeah. So regardless and irregardless are actually interchangeable. Yeah. So you can use it.
Please, irregardless, continue.
Yes, irregardless. I'll continue. This is now my personal view as Paul Mungalambuvi. James Orengo is quite the influential politician as far as Luo Nyanza is concerned. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he?
Influential how?
Influential.
James Orengo has been in the political scene and has been identified over time as among the people who always stand up and stands to be counted when it's speaking for the things that would benefit the people. That is something that steadfastly he has done from the time he was a student leader, because that's what comrades did. The time he got into politics at a very young age, and has continued to do so.
Yes.
Yes.
So again, would they dare kick out this gentleman, because he has been a long-standing supporter of Raila?
Let me ask the question: why wouldn't they dare? We have this conversation against the backdrop of what has been stated there, and it's conjecture. What if it might? They do. There's nothing definitive in the way that particular article has been crafted. It's a headline that is even misleading, that they are suggesting.
Or this one by the Star?
Yes.
They're saying ODM need to seal Sifuna fate. Allies dropped from top agent organ.
Yes. How do they know that they're meeting? That's what they're meeting for.
Okay.
And then when you read what they've written, they are now more cautious. They're talking about the possibility of it happening. The headline is definitive.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the deceptive part of that particular headline. How do you know that's what they're going to do? But let's take the view that they know something we do not know, and that is what they want to do. My question is a simple one: to what end? What will it achieve?
Again, because they're saying from top organ, so does it mean that they're going to unseat him as the Secretary General?
Okay.
Because they're saying they might replace him with Paul Otuoma.
Okay, but to what end? To what end? To what end?
To weaken him within the party.
What again? The same question. What will that achieve? Will they gain something that they didn't have? Do you know a party that has diversity of opinions like ODM, when it is stated and they're still in the party, it actually speaks the strength of the party, not the weakness. We in the media have been talking about the weaknesses that we refer to as cracks. Okay, this is like the Achilles heel of the party. I am of a completely contrary view. If those differences are out in the open and we can talk and people can hear them and people are still in the party, that party is clearly strong. But if you then seek to silence voices, or if there's a group that thinks they have the upper hand, or they have the organ that controls things within the party, within their control, and that they can determine who leaves and who stays. Well, that I want to see. Yes.
Kwa sababu, again, when we look at let's assume they even kick him out. That is not Sifuna. Let's assume they kick out Sifuna out of that top organ. You know, he's no longer the SG. He will still have the authority to speak the way he's speaking. The only thing that will change ni hata sema mimi ndiye katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, but he will continue saying mimi ndiye Sifuna. And then maybe after that he will dare them to, you chomoa me from SG, now I dare you to chomoa me from the party. Kenyans, because I think that is what he wants. But yes,
Kenyans respond in the most interesting way to people whom they feel have been wrongly treated. Okay? There's what we refer to often as a so-called sympathy vote. Sifuna is popular. Okay? Not popular within certain spheres. Sifuna is popular. But the question you asked with regards to even James Orengo, let's throw the question to even someone like Babu Owino, Caleb Hamisi, or Sotsi, and all these people. The question here is this: how many votes do they command?
Okay.
The party leader of ODM who passed away had command of a very sizable population in the country. That was part of his strength. He could marshal numbers, lots and lots and lots of people. Numbers in politics are fundamental to the strength that you purportedly have. Now, many of these people, their popularity was based on their proximity to the leader.
Yeah.
Whatever you're saying will be a test as to whether they themselves over time, short time as it is, have garnered support that they can call their own, and not support that you attribute to the proximity to the leader who passed away. That is what I want to see.
Mimi niko na swali. Supporters wa ODM wanasemaje? I know some of them are listening to us right now.
But that is precisely what I'm telling you. So we will see.
Supporters wa ODM, do they agree with the actions of their SG, that is Honorable Edwin Sifuna? Do they agree with Siaya Governor James Orengo? Do they agree, or rather, with what he is saying and doing as far as Linda Wananchi is concerned?
In the years that Raila Odinga forged a new path of handshaking, Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, Ruto, the one thing that we knew for sure was that would not stop him from disagreeing with you publicly and probably doing something that you may not have perhaps wanted.
Yes.
There are certain things he would not, should we say, deviate from. Okay? And remember, the handshakes followed an electoral result in which he did not win the elections. But it then became apparent, despite that, that he was needed somewhere within close proximity to those who were supposed to be ruling to bring about something that they consider was important. There are those who think it was stability for the country, or at least that's how they framed it. There are those who probably just needed stability for their own positions, because he came with support that when it was lent to you, it gave you a little more oomph than you had before, and you could weather certain storms better than you could in the absence of that. Okay? So that was Raila. That was his influence. And because of that, when someone spoke for the party and Raila supported him, that person had power. I am saying everybody who's in ODM who has a position of authority, everybody, from the current party leader to the deputy party leaders, everybody. The test, in my opinion, is, do they have support that is devoid of the support they had because they were close to Raila? This is the test that I would like to see. If indeed what the Star has written about represents any form of reality, then I'd like to see this. I'd like to see the outcome. And it'll be interesting to observe. Yes.
Because if the ground, as we like to call it, is with these leaders who are considered to be rebellious, then what ODM is doing is actually detrimental to
Well,
their own survival.
What are they rebelling against? They are being called rebels. You need to be rebelling. What is this thing that makes the label rebel stick? What are they doing?
They are rebelling against the party leader.
When you have a difference of opinion, are you rebelling?
Not necessarily.
Precisely. Again, we are coining the term rebel. We are the ones who are giving this thing a lot of firepower. They have presented a different opinion and they are stating it. Have they spoken about leaving the party? No.
No.
Have they spoken about disrespecting the leader? No. It is an opinion that they have expressed that differs.
Yeah.
Yes. So, if that is what defines you as a rebel, then indeed they are rebels. But I don't particularly think so. No.
So I was just checking out the dictionary, the online AI dictionary. They're saying that a rebel is a person who rises in opposition or armed resistance against an established government or leader. Or it's now, that was what I've read was a noun. Verb, rise in opposition or armed resistance to an established government or leader. So it is a noun and also an adjective, verbs rather. But, and it actually can be an adjective, yeah? So this person or persons, they have risen against an establishment.
No, they haven't. The late...
Rise in opposition.
No. Differing means you're in opposition. You could, yes, it could be synonymous. The late Raila Odinga, you refer to everything he said in public that is on record. Okay?
Yeah.
The best I can describe the position of ODM as he understood it going to 27 and beyond was ambiguous. Because if someone is supporting you but says, who has told you that we will not have a candidate? What exactly has he told you? Do not assume that the support I'm giving you, don't take it for granted that I'm going to support you throughout and that the support means I will not have candidature. So when you have members within the party taking their position from that particular statement, two things: the government was being supported. There are those who want the government support to continue. He stated, he raised the question. What else did he say? Sifuna speaks for the party. So there are other things that people have quoted, but I'm picking those things deliberately to say that I do not think that there's anything that Sifuna and company are saying that does not support what it is their late party leader has spoken of himself. Yes.
Tony Ocheng is saying kicking off Edwin Sifuna from SG position will lead to mass exodus from the ODM party. That is Tony Ocheng.
Well, that's his view.
Mass exodus of who?
We need to ask Ocheng to tell us.
Of also elected members of the party, and even nominated members of the party, or are we talking about citizens who subscribe to ODM party?
You know, this has been attempted before. Let me just give you context. You've all heard of the story of the man in black, KICC, an NDC of ODM. There was Ababu Namwamba.
Yes.
There was Joe and some other individuals who were actually seeking. Yes,
I remember Men in Black.
Yes, exactly. These were fellows who, it was reported then, were trying to enact a coup within the party, and they're trying to position themselves in certain ways. There are those who say, "Oh, it was all stage managed." Be that as it may, Ababu Namwamba was Secretary General. Did he not leave at some point?
Yes, he did.
Yes, and his political career has been what it is.
Now he's an ambassador
to Uganda, literally next door. Okay?
Yes.
What am I trying to say? The differences that people have within political parties. Joe stayed, and he and Ababu Namwamba are in the same camp. Has anybody tried to kick him out? No. Is he still no DM? Yes. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that you cannot run and conclude very strongly the outcomes of a political party and its members when all you're hearing is differing views on a particular subject. That's all it is. There's nobody trying to enact a coup or take over the job of the party leader. No. Yes. But if there is talk about now getting rid of the Secretary General, then you are trying to enact a coup and you're trying to get rid of the Secretary General.
Yeah.
And that is according to the Star. Whether that is verifiable, I do not know.
Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Mashariki ameuliza swali very pertinent, and I'm going to entertain this thought. Mashariki is saying, I've counted 8 people who claim they are vying for Nairobi senator. Some with the chances of a snowball in hell within a very short period. Who wants Sifuna out? Why? Who gains? So someone wants his seat, perhaps in the coming general election, or I don't know, perhaps if he's kicked out of ODM right now, then he will be partyless, rendering him seatless also in the Senate. So are we saying that someone wants to
My friend,
have him kicked out and then elected?
Getting rid of somebody who's an SG of a party and getting rid of them out of the party, those things only sound easy when we are talking about them.
Yeah.
They are never as simple as people imagine. They are never. He is the bona fide Secretary General of a political party. In this country, whenever somebody is singled out and people feel he's been treated unfairly, what they will have gone and done is made him more popular. The attacks in the church that we saw in Nyeri the other day, all it does, it makes it gives the former deputy governor more limelight. It makes him more popular.
Former deputy president.
Yes, president. Yes. We love to support the lame duck. We love to support the person whom we feel is the underdog and who's being picked on. Yes.
Tony Ocheng amesema he was referring to the supporters when he said that kicking out Edwin Sifuna in the SG position will lead to mass exodus from the ODM party. So amesema hii ni supporters. Hii ni watu kwa ground. Wakichuja Sifuna, wamechoma hii kitu. Someone is saying here, my 2 cents, amesema my 2 cents in this issue ya Sifuna na ODM, kitawaramba kama alikuwa akispit fire Baba akiwa alive. Baba was looking at him without uttering something. Mark my words, all who are saying and fronting ouster one way or another are eating from Ruto directly and do not see their future in politics. That is what he has said.
Sasa pia ametoa maoni yake.
Si ametupatia maoni yake? Si amesema kuna watu wanakula na ni kama kuna evidence ya hao tukukula.
If you look for the evidence, you will not get it. It is one of those things we like saying as Kenyans, and the moment you ask for evidence,
missing.
Silence.
Yeah. But actually, I'm inclined to entertain that thought. Gek PD Chiki Bikiped amesema, come on, if ODM is part of government, what alternatives will they offer in 2027? They have no option but stay with Ruto. Come on, if ODM is part of government, what alternative will they offer in 2027? They have no option but stay with Ruto. So is he saying that they do not have a presidential candidate they can front? I don't know. But anyway, let's get into some news here with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, of course, we'll look at some of these stories in depth as well. Right now, though, here's Winnie.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 6 workers were hurt when a building under construction gave way in the early hours of February 11th, 2026 at the junction of Rescos and Kirinyaga Road in Nairobi. The structure collapsed while construction work was ongoing at night, leaving one worker with serious injuries. Central Police Commander Stephen Yakombo said there were 18 people on the site when the incident occurred. Emergency teams responded promptly to help those trapped under debris, and the scene was cordoned off to allow rescue operations to continue safely. Media Council of Kenya CEO David Omoyo says radio is still a powerful and influential medium even as the number of media houses rises to over 700. He says this has created a crowded marketplace that has affected public trust. He says the post-truth era and the increase in untrained broadcasters have weakened credibility, but us that well-trained and authentic journalists still play a key role in maintaining public confidence.
But so what we have is just a multiplicity of voices.
Yes.
So, those days we had one or two voices, really.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have, I think in this country, cumulatively, surprisingly, we have 700 media houses. So
700?
Yes, so that's all of them put together. That is literally a marketplace. So if we had 2 or 3 and all that, you get that. So it is like in any setting and information sharing. If you had 1 or 2 people speaking, they had more space. But when you have a crowd of them shouting at you,
yes,
there is a bit of that. But yes, radio still has that. So power of radio has not gone down. It has been diluted by multiplicity of radios or voices on radio and other channels thereof. But radio still holds its central place.
An autopsy on the body of 21-year-old Cheryl Adhiambo, who was reportedly shot by police in Huruma, Nairobi, has confirmed she died from a single gunshot wound. She was shot in the head on Saturday night, an incident that sparked 2 days of protest. Adhiambo was a student at the Kenya Medical Training College. Pathologists who carried out the post-mortem said the bullet entered through the left side of her head and exited at the back, causing fatal injuries to the brain.
Unfortunately, the bullet itself entered through the left and exited at the back right of the head. So that has not been retrieved from the cadaver. But what we are saying is that does not mean that this is the end of justice.
Cheryl bado alikuwa mtoto mdogo, bado alikuwa mtoto mchanga. Sasa ni haki yake tu ndio tunataka.
Personal responsibility must be brought. We must make an example of this one rogue police officer so that this becomes a thing of the past.
Detectives in Mathira West, Nyeri County, have arrested the suspect following the death of a 9-year-old girl. Chantel Waruguru Kagema disappeared on February 8th and her body was later recovered from a pit latrine in Kianjathi village. Her parents reported her missing after returning home in the evening, which triggered a police search. Investigators found her undergarments and shoes on a mattress in a nearby abandoned house, confirming her identity. Crime scene investigation officers processed the evidence and a manhunt led to the arrest of Peter Njuguna, who is now in custody. Russian authorities have begun restricting access to Telegram, one of the country's most popular social media apps. This as the Kremlin continues to push everyday Russians towards its own tightly controlled alternatives to foreign tech platforms. On Tuesday, the government said it was restricting access to Telegram for the protection of Russian citizens, accusing the app of refusing to block content authorities consider criminal and terrorist. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now, 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. Our guest has arrived just in time for this particular hour. Allow me to introduce him, Haraka Iwezekanavyo. We do have in studio with us Honorable Caleb Amisi. He's the MP for Saboti constituency. Mheshimiwa, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana. Good morning, everyone.
Yes. In the previous hour, I just actually found we were just talking about this issue with ODM, and perhaps you'll help us understand a little bit of what exactly is happening. On the front page of the site, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. They're saying that today ODM is meeting in Mombasa, and one of the plans that they have is to kick out the Secretary General, that is Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
What people are not aware that they have already kicked me out.
Is that so?
I have a letter here sent from the NEC. And you know, for you to remove a NEC member, there are procedures.
Okay.
You don't just write a letter from Bondo and they send it on WhatsApp.
Yes.
The NEC must meet. They must unanimously agree,
yes,
or by a vote that you're supposed to leave, and you're supposed to be given a right of reply. Must be a hearing where they kick in. Of course, the reason they say that I hold two positions.
Which are these positions that
they
you hold?
claim that I'm just trying to look for the letter.
Okay.
But they claim that I'm a county chair, and at the same time, I'm the deputy organizing secretary. Now, how did I become a deputy organizing secretary? The position of Zuleika, the former women rep for I think Kwale, fell vacant because she left the party.
Okay.
And the Baba Raila Odinga felt it fit that one Caleb Amis is the best person to replace. And the Baba called me.
Yeah.
He asked whether I'll be willing to serve as a deputy organizing secretary. I said, anything for you, Baba. And I became one.
Okay.
The Central Committee passed. At that time, I was becoming a deputy organizing secretary. I was already a chairman of the county. If they thought that being two positions is illegal, then they are the ones who committed the illegality, not Caleb Amisi. Because they are the ones who gave me that position. Now, there was the election last year. For the county, county officials.
Yes.
I presented my name. ODM cleared me to vie, knowing very well I'm a deputy organizing secretary. So it looks a legality, but it is political. Just coming at the time when we have two factions in ODM.
Okay.
So on paper, they may just say, it's an illegality, but I've been serving for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Those two positions, it's just you just woken up and decided there's an illegality here. So what the ODM is doing is destructive to itself.
Who assigned your letter?
6th February 2026 from ODM to Caleb Amis, election to county party office and consequential vacation of national position. The above referenced subject matter refers. We write to formally acknowledge and congratulate you on your election as the ODM chairperson. They congratulated me 4 months after the election was passed. For Trans Nzoia County, following the recently concluded county grassroots elections. The election is a clear demonstration of the confidence and wananipaka mafuta kidogo ndio and trust reposed in you by the party membership, and we commend you for this. As you are aware, your election to this county office has a constitutional implication on your current position within the party. In accordance with Article 92 of the party constitution, which expressly provides that all party officials shall not hold more than one office in the party, your assumption of the office of the county chairperson ipso facto extinguishes your membership as the deputy national organizing secretary in the National Executive Council. So you see, this is now a letter coming today, on 6th.
Yes.
When they are going to sit today, what they are going to do is just to rubber stamp. The best word is to rubber stamp and ratify. And so they claim that now the next decision, but they have already made a decision. Before the next is, we are supposed to be given, because given a chance, if I'm holding two positions, I should have asked, so which positions do you want to remain? Then the chairperson can fall vacant and I remain the deputy organizing. So why do they just choose?
But as organizing secretary, deputy organizing secretary, you're a member of the NEC.
Yes.
As the county position you hold, chairman, that, are you still a member of the NEC?
No, county chairpersons are not members of the NEC.
Organizing secretary is a national position.
Yes, a national position.
Yes.
Yeah.
So essentially, they have removed you from the NEC.
From the NEC.
This is what they.
This
That's how you've read all this.
That was their target.
But they have not removed you from the party.
No. I'm still a member. That's why they are congratulating me to be in the chairman of the
county.
I'm still a member of the ODM party. A party cannot remove an elected leader by a letter. It is only the ORPP that removes you from the register.
This letter
After
that
all the process.
you have received, congratulating you and also now kicking you out, who has signed it? Who is it coming from?
Odor Ongwenyi, but Odor Ongwenyi is a worker. So those are people who just get instructions.
Okay.
So you can't really blame the
gentleman.
The gentleman.
Yeah.
He's just an innocent executor. Yeah.
Na amefanya kenye ameambiwa fanya.
Yeah.
Now this NEC that is supposed to sit today in Mombasa, they are the ones who should have made a decision before you received this letter.
Thank you very much.
So that means that. So what legal redress do you have? Can you go to?
No, I've already told my lawyer to write back. Probably today ODM will be receiving my letter from the lawyer. There is what we call internal dispute resolution mechanism. Because if you go to court, they return you back there. People have done that and they return you back.
Okay.
So there is an internal dispute resolution because I want to demand why I was not given a chance to choose which position then.
Okay.
Because it is not me who went to ODM and grabbed two positions. They are the ones who gave me. And because I'm a true servant of the party, I gladly accepted. And these are manners that they've learned after Baba passed on. Because remember, there's a time Baba chose me to be the chairman of PAC. And the same people went around and they made sure that I'm not even a member of that committee of PAC. And it is a chairman. I went to Junet and asked Junet, why did you parade my name in the media? You called for a press conference.
Yes.
Announced Caleb Amisi will take over after Mbadi. As a minority leader, all you needed to do is just to implement the communication of the Central Committee by putting my name in the PAC committee so that I become the chairman of the PAC. But you've not put me as a member of the PAC. I can't become a chairman. They said, the Kakamega people came. There were many. You are alone in Trans Nzoia. They complained. I thought, you think Baba, by the time Baba was taking my name to Central Committee, he didn't know I'm alone in Trans Nzoia.
Yeah.
So they are the same people. Baba has given me positions before.
Yes.
And they find a way of trying to...
taking the cheese out of your mouth.
Exactly.
So
it's not the first time. Yeah.
So now, whatever they're going to do today, in terms of their sitting, do you know what time they're supposed to start that?
I've been removed from the group, even from the WhatsApp group. So
umetolewa kwa WhatsApp group?
Yes, it was an immediate. I think they removed me from the WhatsApp group before I received the letter. They didn't want a strong voice in today's meeting.
Yes.
So they're up to something. They are some mischief that they're going to commit today.
But let me ask you, because the media has been calling your team, that is yourself, there's Sifuna, Orengo, Babu Owino and others, you have been called rebels. Are you rebels?
Do you think we are rebels? Who are rebels? Did I come here with a gun? You think if I come here with a gun, you'll still be talking to me? No.
Rebels in ODM.
Rebels is a rough word.
In the previous hour,
yes,
I was trying to explain to him.
Yes.
Use this thing.
I was trying to explain to him that when you find a party that have people who have divergent views, it is a strong party, not a weak party. But the term rebel is something that the media, we have coined.
Yeah.
It is us who are pushing that rebel agenda. These are clear differences that exist.
Yeah.
Do you really think that UDA doesn't have differences? Or choose any political party? You saw what happened in Jubilee, didn't you?
Yes.
And we saw how long it took before they sorted out the issue. Okay? Opinions and the differences therein are not a bad thing for a political party.
Yeah.
It shows your levels of tolerance, accommodation of the diversity of views.
Yes.
But when there is a push to have one singular view and none other is accepted, then
That's now dictatorship.
yes, you're actually killing the party. Do you really think when the late Raila Odinga was alive, people did not offer different views? They did.
Yes. And he knew how to accommodate them. In fact, people will come to a meeting and say, we want to remove this so and so. They have joined the government. And you'll say, let's give them a right of reply. Let's listen to them. He'll not just wake up and start talking about them in the media.
Yes.
Or in public podium. He knew he had this charisma, and I think that's how ODM stands. My friend, with this kind of the level of leaders you are witnessing, there'll be no ODM.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that they were around Baba, and us were very far from Baba, all the way from Trans Nzoia, but we learned a lot from Baba, and yet they used to even sleep meters away from Baba, but there is nothing they learned from him. They are destroying that part.
What is the worst that they can do in this NEC meeting today? Like what, and not just...
Yeah, we hear they want to remove Sifuna. We hear they want... what they are doing? Like, for example, this position Oburu is holding
Party leader.
Is supposed to be as a result of National Delegates Conference. But they cleverly found a lacuna in the party constitution where a NEC member can be replaced. Party leader is a NEC member.
Yes.
Can be replaced by unanimous decision of the rest of the members, pending approval by the NDC. Okay? So that lacuna of just NEC sitting down and approving, pending the NDC, is what they're using. To put Oburu, and I told Sifuna, please, these things you have been taken to. I called him. I said, you are going to rubber stamp an illegality. Now it has caught up with him. That is the time Sifuna should have refused to swear in Oburu, and they said this is an illegality. I told him, stop this thing. It will catch up with you. You are being taken into this, and then later on they'll say, but you are the one who swore him in. So now it's not easy for him to get out of the mud.
Can I ask you a question, Mheshimiwa?
Yes. Yeah.
This NEC, National Executive Council, who are in the NEC? Who are in it?
The party leader.
Party leader.
The two deputies.
We have two deputies.
Three, actually.
Yes. Is Joe still a deputy?
No, he was replaced by Abdul Swamad. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have Abdul Swamad, Simbarati, Godfrey Osotsi. Yeah, and none of them can act as a party leader. They had to bring Oburu from nowhere.
Right.
We were just wondering.
Why?
I want to know who
for another day.
I want to know who the NEC members are.
Now, Chairman Gladys Wanga,
yes,
who also is like just performed a coup because he's not been elected by the NEDC. They just maneuvered through NEC and they endorsed him, just like they did to Oburu. Then now we have her deputy, have two deputy chairman. There is Ariko from Turkana, and there is Atienda Molo.
Okay.
And then there is the Secretary General Sifuna. I think he has two deputies. I'm not sure whether Agnes Zan is one of the deputy to Sifuna, and I think a lady from Busia. And then now there's the treasurer, Bosire. There is a deputy, and there is leader for youth, Ketora from Maasai. There is the women leader, the nominated lady in the Senate from Ukambani, Bet Siengo, and there is PWD. There is a PWD there. And of course there is the executive director who is an ex-official.
Executive director is now Oduro
Ngwenye, who is the ex-official. He does not hold a vote. Yeah, and I think they introduced
the organizing.
There was also there's the organizing secretary. There is a former MP for I'm just forgetting his name, but he's from Northeastern, and that almost three deputies. One was me, the other one is Ruth Odinga, and the other one is I think this we MP for Kisumu West, Lady Rosa.
Okay. Rosa Buyu.
Yes.
So this is the NEC.
That is the NEC.
And your constitution requires that decisions such as the one that has led to that letter that you received, the NEC must have a meeting.
Yes.
And I assume the meeting must be documented.
Yes.
And the minutes presented.
Yes.
And this, you say, was not done.
It was not done. Otherwise, I'll be part of it.
Yes, you would have been part of it.
Yes.
And then
the same committee to kick him out.
Yeah, or they can tell me to step out. There's some matter they're discussing or that concern me. You know, but I should have been informed of such a meeting, even if I'm not part of it.
So this is something that you can see, internal party organ can sort out. Ikishindikana mwende kwa ORPP.
That is normally the procedure. They tell you, in fact, if you run to court, they'll tell you, have you exhausted the internal dispute mechanism? So that's what I want to exhaust. That's why I have not been making noise around it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just thought, let me follow the law like a good
party member.
Back to my question.
Making noise carelessly.
Back to the question I asked. What is the worst that this meeting can, the outcome of the meeting today, that can, what implications does it have on you, Sifuna, and the rest?
I think they are going to kick out Sifuna, maybe, or maybe a number of members may try to call him to order, something like that. They could also try to attack Osotsi, because we are the members of the NEC who has been holding different views. They could also ferment the intended coalition agreement with UDA. Remember, NEC can do that pending again the decision of NDC. You know, this NDC, I don't even know whether they'll ever hold it. By the time they're holding NDC, they'll already have joined UDA.
Okay.
Yeah. These two things we are calling for NDC. Never forget. They know in a popular vote, they will lose terribly. Call people in Kasarani, or in fact, they can even use the new Raila Odinga Stadium. That's when they need to put their NDC. Call people at NDC, the whole country. People like Junet and Oburu will not even step in that stadium.
Yeah.
They'll not even step there. Forget about being elected. So they know they cannot survive an NDC. So what they are doing, they are using NEC conveniently to kill the party. So we are going to write that the NEC that killed ODM. That will be the headline.
But let me ask the question. You already clearly writing an obituary. But I assumed that because you were in a coalition with other parties to form Azimio, that there's a process by which ODM must actually leave Azimio before they get into another coalition. Or have I misunderstood this?
Yes, there is a process. You give a coalition 3 months notice.
Yes.
That we intend to leave the coalition. There is. I have not quite read the law, but I know there is a process. It's not just waking up and deciding no. Political Parties Act gives it. I will look at it.
Yeah, the way
1 month.
The way PLP did.
Yes. We had the registrar here. That's why we are pretending to be so knowledgeable. Because he says, and we asked this question, and
that is Cox, John Cox.
Yes.
Everything what you've just said is what he explained.
Okay.
Said it's clearly documented.
That you.
This is what you do.
Yeah. Okay. You need 3 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But also implicit in that is a question that I want to ask.
Yeah.
If a party wants to be part of a coalition with other political parties, is there an internal process that the party must go through to show that the party membership are in agreement with that process that you are proposing?
Yes, of course. They need to call for PG of ODM. They say we intend to leave, and they communicate. The PG allows. It's not just Oburu writing or Odoro Ngwenyi writing the way he writing to me. A PG needs to be called because essentially this affects the operations of Parliament and the leadership of Parliament. And the NEC also needs to approve. Probably that's what they are going to approve in Mombasa. Those are some of the things. And then now they make a communication to ORPP that we intend to leave, and also to the Azimio. Yeah, so those are one of the things maybe they are going to do.
You see, the ORPP told us this, that whenever these things happen, what they do, they simply go back to one, the coalition agreement that you had, and specifically look at the part of separation where you are now determined that you're separating.
Yes.
They will also look at your constitution and what it says that you do in the event of either being part of a coalition, a new one, or departing from the one you're previously in.
Yeah.
So, if I'm to understand you, you seem to be saying that what seems to be happening now is a process has been set in motion to try and meet the requirements that have been placed before political parties when they either want to move away from a coalition they were in or whether they want to move into a new coalition.
You know, politicians are also mischievous in some time.
Sometimes only.
All the time, depending
Thank
on who.
you so much.
Depending on who. Like, am I mischievous?
No. In the time I've known you, Mheshimiwa,
yeah,
you are one of you take your work seriously.
Yes,
and you're a serious
forthright.
politician.
So they just look for some loopholes, a lacuna somewhere, and they play around with. Like you see, they have already started talking about coalitions with UDA. You know, they can even backdate letters and all that. If they want things to go fast, you know, they'll do their own way.
But there's something here that perhaps again is never part of the conversation when we are talking politics and political parties. This, my reference here is even when political parties talk about their wanting to be in power. The Mwananchi is never in this discussion because ODM is what it is because of its following. ODM is not what it is because it's a political party. We have over 90 fully registered political parties in this country.
92 now.
Yes. So it can't be because it's a political party. It is strong because of the following.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Not because of the office or...
No, the following.
Yes.
Now tell me, are your members ever considered in this matter? I mean, this following. Are there, or do we assume that because there's a NEC and there's a PG and there's all these things, the Mwananchi and his views are fully represented?
Yeah, you know, that's the dilemma. The ODM, and in fact, you are just right, because the current leaders have never faced the Mwananchi. They have found a party and a following that they just jumped into it and they got it elected. Okay? They don't know how this party machinery was built.
Yes.
They just got close to Raila. Raila, yes, Gladys, where Chikai, wherever. They find a system, they fit in and they start shouting, when Baba is right, he's right. When he's wrong, he's wrong. Left, left, right, right. If and then they get themselves in parliament, they abuse Uhuru, they abuse Ruto, they go, they do not know how to get elected.
Yes.
They found a system that is there. So, and they think this system can just exist, just exist without equal to whether you do what it will forever stand. No, these are a people. There are people who have been built by the charisma of Raila Odinga.
Yes.
It was not just out of the blue. So if they don't maintain, hata wewe ukiachiwa inheritance, and then you just started going to London,
buying cars, marrying
wives and taking people's wives, and you think, I mean, hii mjengo itakuja kuisha saa ngapi? This is KICC I was left with. You know, at the rate at which you are consuming that KICC should be at the same rate you are building another one.
Yes.
Otherwise, itakwisha.
Ni kweli.
So these people are consuming ODM at the rate at which Baba was existing. So not knowing it takes you the same charisma and enthusiasm to build. Otherwise, itaisha. This is an inheritance you are left with. You don't know alianzia wapi kujenga hii hoteli.
Yes.
Fundi alitoa wapi? Alichukua loan ama na amelipa hiyo loan ama bado? Wewe umeona tu hoteli imesimama. And then unaona hii hoteli kwendeni huko, hii ni ya baba hii. But if you do not struggle to maintain it, itaisha, because he left you at a high spending rate. For a person like me, where I come from, it's not an ODM zone.
No, it is not.
It's not an ODM zone.
Saboti.
No. The person who vied on ODM, before I vied on ODM, got 5,000 votes. When I vied on ODM, I got 18 the first time. The second time, I got 25,000.
Okay.
none of my MCAs, in fact, last parliament, all my MCAs were Jubilee. All. Yeah, I'm not like Embakasi. If you go to Embakasi kwa Babuino, you'll find all MCAs are ODM. You come to exactly.
Yeah.
You come here in anybody elected in Nairobi.
Yes.
At least, if not all, 90 or 80, 70% of his MCAs are ODM. That is an ODM zone. Me, there is, in fact, it is only this election that I managed one MCA, and it's because he's also very strong.
Okay.
On the ground. Now the rest are not ODM. I brought a seat to ODM, not ODM giving me a seat. So I know exactly what it means to maintain ground and to campaign and to make your own name. That's why it is not very easy for you to defeat Caleb in Saboti.
Yes.
Because it is not a party that akitoka ODM tumechukua. The people vote for me.
So it is you who brings the party
exactly,
to Saboti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm the person the party should have celebrated and even put somewhere close to Raila. When Raila is trying to put a sculpture of Raila, they also put one
Direct
for
one of Caleb.
a small one for me, because this is one of the seats you are supposed to celebrate.
Yes.
That this guy got a seat out of a lion's den. A very volatile area, predominantly
ODM.
Mheshimiwa, can I ask a question?
Yes.
How many votes did Raila get in Saboti?
About 23,000.
Oh.
Yes. Because it's not an ODM zone.
No.
Ruto almost beat Raila in my constituency. That tells you there are people who voted for Ruto, but on the presidential, but on the MP they come and vote for Caleb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, ulikuwa Busia over the weekend?
Yes.
What was the agenda of the team that traveled to Busia?
The agenda was simple, to say we are veering off out of Baba's intended journey. There is a lot of lies and propaganda on where Baba left people. We are just trying to tell people, look, ODM has been taken by the president. It's no longer the ODM we want. Help us to fight so that this ODM remains the ODM that Baba left at risk. And the people are seriously destroying it. They don't care. They look at the age of Oburu, really. This is a person who has an ambition to either become anything in this world or to take Kenya anywhere. Is as long as he can sleep, wake up, find a chop outside, take him to State House, take him where go to a bank and look at figures are just growing every day. That makes his life happy and accomplished. But we are a young generation that know that we have a future. And there's nobody will come from heaven like manna from heaven to come and build this future. It is upon us that at my age I know that if I get out of politics I will not get employed.
Yes.
I mean, I have to do the right thing for my future. My young son is just barely 1.5 years. That's my acting last born.
Okay.
You see,
until
my
further notice.
My firstborn, my firstborn just turned 10 years.
His wise.
The last born of Oburu, I don't know, but you can see his son is already working at State House.
Yes, he's
and my
advisor.
The son is working at State House, and my firstborn daughter is in grade 6, grade 5. So we are worlds apart. We are not the same. His thinking and my thinking cannot be the same. So the reason why I went to Busia is to tell you, Busia is the county that has the highest number of ODM members in the country. People don't know that. They think it is Homa Bay or Osia. It is Busia. And it has been the stronghold of Baba. So that's where tulienda. Tunaenda kabisa the boiling point. And you could see, if this is the place that has the highest number of registered ODM members, and they have come out shangwen, and people thought they will be thrown out with stones. They were they brought police early in the morning, I don't know how many lorries, to scare people, and that this is going to be a battleground.
Were people scared?
When we went to Busia as if we are, it's like when while Baba you are away. It was the same thing.
I saw the crowds, they were huge.
We entered Busia, and let me tell you, don't be lied to. You know, if you want to know people are not with you, hata kwa hiyo rally ungekuwa na msuko. But the excitement, you know, and these are very natural, not mobilized crowd. I came from Kitale, I drove, and I just found people there. If you want to know where people is, when you are, and I want to tell politicians who are masquerading in this town, that if you want to know where the ground is, go to a rally, and don't look at the people you are accompanied with in the rally. Look at those people wenye wanakusalamia wakikuwa kwa maduka huko, kando kando, kwa pikipiki amekaa mkipita akifanya hivi. Look at their signs. If it the area, if we were passing through Kericho, for example, or Wasingishu, ukisalamia mtu ungeona anakufanyia hivi. 2 term. Okay?
That is
in Busia, ulikuwa unasalamia mtu hivi anakufanyia hivi. 1 term. That is from kabisa, you know, is not in part of your rally. Unajua wale wamekuja rally unadhafikiria wanakufurahisha. But this is a person who is anakuambia from the rooftop, from the balconies, ukiwasalamia wanakuambia 1 term. Busia is 1 term.
Okay.
Is 1 term. They need to wake up.
This party top organ, do they have the power or the authority to kick you out of ODM as a member?
They don't.
Okay.
Because there is internal dispute mechanism. We have to go through, you know, I think the makers of the constitution foresaw this. They had Caleb in mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
They had in mind.
God has a way of, you know, working miracles around your life. Because they made sure that a party cannot just wake up. Because sahi tungekuwa tumetolewa kwa chama, imagine. But they can't just wake up. They have to write to me. I have to respond to accusation. I have to argue. And if not content, I can file again to the external party tribunal. And even after that, I still can go to High Court to, you know, I have stages to go, even up to Supreme Court.
Let me rephrase the question. Do they have grounds then to take you through?
They cannot, because the only ground they can have is that you resign yourself. Have I resigned? No.
Okay. Are you planning to resign?
No.
Okay.
Why should I resign? Number 2, maybe you die. Am I dead?
I can see you very alive
yes,
as well.
Yeah. Number 3, you they deem, there is an act that say you are deemed to have resigned. Why? By joining another party. I have not joined another party. Or propagating ideals of another party. That case has been decided by the High Court before. Remember in the case of Aisha Juma,
right?
It was not successful when Aisha was busy propagating UDA while being an ODM member. I think he started almost 2 years before the next election, and they tried it, but it fell at the High Court. Kwamba they have not followed the right process.
Yeah.
So there is a processes in between. You don't just walk. By the time the registrar himself now finally struck out your name, all that process is exhausted. And it is not the party, it is the registrar who finally receives that communication, either from the party or from the High Court, and they act on it by striking your name. And then now communication goes to the speaker. Speaker removes you from being a member of parliament. He reads the writs, and then he gives I think 21 days. It gives the IBC 21 days to have declared the seat vacant.
Yeah.
And the IBC will declare
a
by-election to be conducted within 3 months. Okay. Yeah. So there is a process.
Okay. Are you planning to visit any other strongholds of ODM like you did in Busia?
Yeah, why not? We'll go. Even Kilifi is also a stronghold. Mombasa is a stronghold. Homa Bay. We'll go. We need to protect the ideals and the philosophy and the principles of Baba.
Okay.
Because he brought us up. He knew he has kids out there. When he's no more, they will stand in for him. So we have a duty to protect the ideals of Baba. We will fight to the best of our knowledge. Tukishindwa tutasema Baba we tried.
Yeah.
Wakitushinda pia tuseme iko siku. Ipo siku.
Doing all these rounds across the country cannot be an easy and cheap affair.
Yeah.
It's obviously very financially heavy.
Yes.
Munatoa hii pesa yote wapi? Mko na benefactor?
But pesa ni gani tumetoa? Did you see us mobilizing people the way ODM does, Oburu does.
You've said that you've not done that.
Alafu, these people, they use a lot of money. You can see. Did you even see a single cape or a t-shirt in that rally? But you turn to Arati's rally, you'll see t-shirts
kofia,
and the kofia.
scarves.
That means mtu alikuwa anaingia anapewa kofia, pesa. Kofia, pesa. But as it is free, number one, the only thing maybe you need is a sound system. Mafuta ya kuweka kwa driver kutoka Kitale paka Busia is 15,000 kwenda na kurudi. For Edwin Sifuna and the rest is a flight to Kisumu and there. And Orengo provided the stage ya county. That is it. You know, you don't need much. Now, we are not also doing these rallies every day because we also know that are consuming. Wanachapa Allmansi tunachapa tu moja pap imefunika kila kitu. So we are beating them at their own game. So where they have used 1 billion,
yes,
we just go and use 10,000. You know na na maisha inasonga.
10,000 ni pesa mingi sana. Mheshimiwa, as far as Western is concerned, there is like a poll that was done a while back, a few weeks ago, and they put certain leaders above others. Natembeya was a very prominent name in that poll. I don't know, did you see that poll? Do you agree with it?
I don't know who came up with polls. You know, I see polls on a daily basis. I don't know where they're coming from. You know, we need to have some credibility in some of these polls. Some people also are here, they pay for polls.
Polls are commissioned.
Yeah, they are commissioned. Yes. So we must have a credible body in this country that kama ni imetoa is believable, and of course the funding must be known. Otherwise, some people just pay and say niweke hapo number 2 ndio isionekane number 1. You know, and they put some few names to look credible. I mean, there is nothing you can believe in those things.
Yeah. But from your own evaluation, who is as far as Western is concerned, ni nani yako pale? Because they said, for example, I think they said it was Natembeya, then followed by the president. Then I guess Wetangula came somewhere number 3, 4 there.
In terms of what?
Popularity
to do what?
To become president of this country.
Have they announced becoming president? As Wetangula announced, as Natembeya announced? The only person we know is defending his Ruto. So that's what I'm saying. These are just polls.
People who have declared are there.
Yeah.
Boniface Mwangi declared he wants to be president.
Yeah, why? Yeah.
Jimmy Wanjigi declared
Boniface Mwangi was kwa ile list ya others.
Well, let me explain something. When we in the media report certain things, or those who do the polling report, they are the ones who do the sampling. It is not as though it's not a public participation exercise. They determine the parameters within which polls tend to be credible processes of trying to determine answers to certain questions that are being asked, whether it is because of the Nyota Fund or presidential candidates and so forth. Okay. The point here is this: we will have an election in 2027, and there will be more than one candidate vying for this. The question that is being asked about who is a good question, but I would have perhaps asked the question, what are the different scenarios for the coalitions that may actually vie?
Yes.
That is the question that I would have asked, not who. Because Kenya morphed into a position where presidential elections are won with the coalitions, not an individual winning.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that answer that question is well answered. Like a person having opinion polls now without those critical parameters that Kenyan look at the election time. I was discussing with somebody yesterday, and he tended to agree with me after a lot of argument. I said, I come from a cosmopolitan community.
Yes.
Saboti is one of the most cosmopolitan. 30% of my constituency are Kikalenjin, Elgon Masai. Another 30% are Bukusu. Another maybe about 5, there is a bit of Luos in town. As much also Kikuyu, almost the same.
Okay.
There is a Kamba, a population of Kamba in Saboti. Yes.
Yani tumefika huko.
Wengi sana. You will be shocked.
Kama mko Latin America, mtakosa kwenda hapa Saboti.
America tutaenda.
Yeah.
Saboti
no, America mko.
Saboti.
Mtakosa kwenda Saboti.
Saboti sasa ndio niko interested in.
Do you know the head of operation in my office is a Kamba?
I didn't know. Now I know.
Bas.
Okay.
If you come to my office, you may think it is a national cabinet.
Yeah.
There is a Turkana who is the head of communication in my office. There is a Kamba operation. There is a Luo. Okay. There is a Kalenjin. In fact, my PA.
Yes.
For your information, my PA is a Kalenjin.
Okay.
I always tell people I'm the only leader in Kenya whose PA is not my tribe.
Okay.
And I've challenged people to show me any other person. I've never gotten up to now. I'm the only one. Hata pia wa Raila alikuwa Mjaluo. Wa Ruto ni Mkalenjin.
Okay.
Wa Kalonzo ni Mkamba. Wa Uhuru ni Mkikuyu. Wa Gachagua ni Mkikuyu.
Wa Caleb Amisi
is a Kalenjin.
Okay. Good for you, Mheshimiwa.
It's good for the nation, not for me.
You have a population of
so I was just about to
from Kisii.
Yes. Okay. There is Kisses a lot. There are Kisses in Saboti. That's why I said Saboti. Watch out a Kissi. Me I have Indian voters. Waindi kabisa wanapiga hapo town hall.
Wow.
Indian voter Tesos that in Saboti. All sub-tribes of Luya, and I mean all. There is no any consistency. If you go to Bungoma, you may not find all sub-tribes of Luya. It may be in one constituency. Go to Vihiga, you'll not find. Kakamega, you will not find. Saboti is the only constituency with all the 18 sub-tribes. Because because there are people who migrated from Busia. They are there and they have connections back to Busia. Big chunk. You'll find Kabaras. Every time before election, I'll meet sub-tribes at Kabaras meeting. Mheshimiwa come. The Wahayos are meeting. The Marachis are meeting. The Wangas are meeting. I meet all of them. It's the only constituency with all the sub-tribes of Luya.
Okay.
So when I talk about the national politics and the voting pattern, it's because I experienced it firsthand. I know where Kikuyus vote. Last time Kikuyus didn't vote for me; they voted for UDA. Kalenjins, because of the bursaries and we could divide. Some voted for UDA, some voted for me because they said you have done very good work on bursary. Okay, so I get the voting pattern firsthand, and I know. So when I tell people this will be the voting pattern will go as per coalitions. Where will Kisses be? Where will be Matiang'i be? Where will be Luyas? And the Luyas don't think when you have Natembe you have all Luyas.
Yeah.
They don't do a party like that. Or you have Eugene now you have all Luyas. You must have like a team. Is Caleb there? Is maybe Natembe there? To some extent Eugene. Is I think Amezuba. There is a space that he could have quickly
captured,
but Amezuba.
I've
told him a number of times. Unazuba, this is a space. Bungoma now is anti-government, and you are here in town moving with Gachagua. You should be there. You should be colonize this Bungoma. You'll be an alternative leader. Okay, so I think there is a space that they are not occupying. And unaona sisi tunaamua ama to occupy his space. Then when we try and sema hawa vijana wametumwa.
Wanakuja mbio sana.
Ama wamepewa na pesa na Uhuru. Sijui you are still young. You don't know politics. I don't know politics and I'm twice elected.
That says something.
Yeah. It says something.
Okay.
Yeah, so people must start believing in the leadership of young people. Caleb, Sifuna, Babu. Yes, we recognize there could be a few things we may not know because of experience, but we've been in this town long enough to know some things must change.
You are currently fighting for the party, for the heart of the party, and like you put it earlier on, of course I'm paraphrasing here, this is not what Baba had envisioned. But as far as the citizens are concerned, the people who actually will vote for you at the end of the day, do you consider them in this fight? How are they going to be affected, or how do they come into this struggle that you're having in ODM?
We struggle a lot. The people, even NEC, you see for a meeting like NEC, those people, some of them do not even, don't ascribe to what they're going to happen. But there's a lot of money being thrown out. These leaders, the way they're talking, a lot of money that have given to them. People have been in the trenches for many years.
Yeah.
They have never been in government. So when they start seeing money, bwana, they serikali bwana, this is Canaan. When they start testing small money, they say, this is Canaan bwana. So you can't argue with them. But the wananchi who have not tested that money, or they actually feel the ideals of Baba, they are not with them. And if an election is carried out, you will see the reality. This is, we are just arguing in TVs, but call for an election, an ODM alternative. In fact, if there was ever an election of ODM ya Uburu na ODM ya kina Caleb, trend hata Bondo, bring your candidate, ours will win. So that is where wananchi are, because they knew exactly who Baba was, what he stood for, and they can't see in these leaders.
If the situation prevails as it currently is, will you still be in ODM in 2027? Will you be vying on an ODM ticket?
I've made it very clear. I've never missed my word. I said that I went to ODM not because I wanted to win an election on ODM, because of what the principles, ideals that ODM stood for. I could have gone to Ford Kenya. I could have won early in the morning. I could have gone to DAP. I could have gone to UDA. In fact, people tells me I'm already a governor if I go to UDA. Are you getting? There are votes you just get free by being in that party or coalition. Nasema wewe ukiingia tu UDA hata enda tu
ni ground in
yes, urudi tukuswe. But I can't, because of the ideals I stand for. It is very easy. I could have been, in fact, I could have followed Ruto, become elected, and probably I could have been even a cabinet minister. If I was with William Ruto, he loves young people. I could have been a minister. Sasa ungekuwa unaongelea na waziri ndio. Ungekuwa umekaa vile umekaa hivi kweli. Ungekuwa umetengeneza t-shirt, umevaa suit, unaongea na waziri. Sasa wewe unaongea na mimi carelessly.
That is how serious things would have been.
That's how serious things would have been.
Unasikia watu wanamwita ati Caleb. Nzelo ati mheshimiwa ati Caleb. Unaona?
Tulikuwa tunasema so waziri.
Sasa na heshima. Sasa you see, there are things that I could have, gotten my interest by virtue of belonging to other mirengos, but I chose ODM for some things. Those things no longer exist now. If ODM joins UDA, I, Caleb Amisi, will not vie with the ODM. It is just as clear as that. If they come back and present a presidential candidate, or they
this is
join,
the ODM we're talking about.
Yes,
okay.
Or they join a better, well-meaning coalition. A coalition that, we share. Because I believe this is not the right president for this nation.
What is your beef with UDA? What is it about UDA that you find you cannot abide?
What I found is not a beef, really. Is what I think they are doing wrong. UDA, if you look at the history of UDA and their leader, there is nothing to their name about this nation. If you look at Jomo Kenyatta, you'll find that Jomo Kenyatta is one of those people who were imprisoned for fighting for independence of this country. They were not imprisoned because they went to Rift Valley and grabbed the land, or they killed somebody. There was something they were fighting for. I know that people have arguments about Kenyatta and all that, but at least why did he go to prison? Fight for Mau Mau. You look at Kibaki. If you talk about Kibaki, people will start telling you about Southern Bypass, Thika Highway, economy improved, CDF, introduced CDF. This is a person who had some national ideals that is building a nation. You come back to Uhuru and now when they were serving with Ruto, is there anything substantial can talk about Uhuru? Anything useme I'll introduce he ama I fight for this? Basically was just a lame duck. Okay, now his friend now who has taken over, William Ruto.
Yes,
he served in Moi's government as a minister. Anything to his name? he served as a minister for education. Any revolutionary idea? He served as a member for Eldoret for 3 terms. Anything? He served as a deputy president for 10 years, 10 good years as a deputy president.
Yeah.
Actually running the country as a president. Anything to his name? Nothing. All you see is corruption, murder, abduction, all the negative things you see in a nation. And you see the clique of people who surrounded him. They are just into entrepreneur, bribes, what. So this is not how you build a nation. This is not how you build a nation. If this guy had come and cracked and say, kwanza corruption, ituondoke. Number 2, people who come to the public service must be on meritocracy, irrespective of the tribe. Sasa yeye anatafuta mtu wake aweke mahali amuibie. And these things are just in the public domain. We can see them. This is not how to run a nation. You are running a nation like is a place where you will do all you can but to come and steal. And everything you do has a steal in mind. You'd come and have a program called housing, affordable housing. And you want to call it Singapore. Ndugu, Singapore had is called developmental state. It's one of the ASEAN countries. Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, South Korea, Philippines, and all those ASEAN countries. They were at the same par with Kenya or even below. How did they reach where they are? Bureaucratic institutions, ESCC is working, judiciary is working, people feel comfortable to bring their money there. Value addition in agriculture. They are agricultural based and textile based. Value addition to maximize profit in the global market. Now you come to education. They streamlined education. That's known as, if you see South Korea, young kids in the university are producing phones. It was a deliberate move to streamline education. What is happening to our education system? Collapse, and nobody cares. It's just roadside declaration. Nobody has come up with a firm decision to revitalize our education sector. Now you come to the global politics, geostrategic position of Kenya. We are an entry point of East Africa. Singapore also became an entry point of that region. It attracted the global flow of income. Insurance companies set their farm there. Banking system is there. So we don't have the oil. We don't have the petroleum. You sell your oil, sell your petroleum, eventually you bring the money here. You make your country so peaceful, so attractive to the world that they establish hotels there. The farms come and establish there. So all that money is coming there. That's how Singapore has grown. They have not selling. We don't have the oil like Singapore. We don't have the petroleum. But make Kenya a peaceful destination that anybody anywhere in the world thinking of a region in Africa to invest
will come here.
Kenya. Why? The laws are working. Predictable tax regime. Predictable. Not every finance year people are worried what is coming. Predictable tax regime. And energy. You invest in energy so that a farm can come and produce and set up a factory here, knowing that you will not have an abnormal bill,
power supply,
abnormal bill coming in terms of electricity. Cheap energy to attract the farms to produce here, attract the global farms. In China, they had a problem of youth population bulge. They didn't tell the Chinese to start looking for jobs elsewhere. Or they didn't tell the Chinese to start now job migration. Ati tumewatafutia kazi kule Katara muende. That's not what China did. What they did, they looked at the global system and they find that there are Mercedes-Benz established in Germany. So come, set your farm here. There is land, there is cheap labor.
Jengeni magari kutoka.
Jengeni magari. As wakijenga magari, while they employ the Chinese, they are learning their technology. And that's why the Chinese copied the technology of the world because they attracted the farms there, made everything attractive for them. Who are we attracting to produce from Kenya?
Actually, you're right, because they did that to Mercedes, Volvo, Tesla. Now they are making
now they are making their own
better
cars.
vehicles than them.
Because they're the ones who
Why
are
have we
doing it.
left BMW out of that?
Oh yes, sorry, BMW also was is in that.
That's what China did, and you're asking ourselves, China was down there. Now it is a global economic giant because they attracted. That is how to build a nation, Doug. What you are doing is Sarakasi. For 10 years, after 10 years, after 10 years, we are not building a nation here. We are not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a deliberate move, and it does not take an individual. And you don't even need to be elected. In fact, if I ever become a president of this country, I'll only ask people to give me 5 years alone. And I said, I don't even need election. It's just a deliberate move to change a nation.
Yeah.
And you leave the structures there. Now, the people who started the structures of Asian countries, Singapore, there are no more. But the countries are flourishing. The countries are, you don't even know when there is election in Singapore or in Malaysia. But here, people know we have election 5 years before. Everybody, the whole world knows that. But then when is the election of that country coming? But us, we don't even know when Australia goes to an election silently. Unasikia tu, there is a new prime minister of Australia. Unashanga, wali campaign saa ngapi? Didn't these posters?
Yeah.
You see Sweden, unasikia tu matangazo, there is a new prime minister. How they conducted the election, you do not know.
And on matters to do with election, IBC recently made some changes. Marjan Hussein resigned, then now they have someone new. Will that affect our upcoming elections in any way?
I do not know the working of the IBC, whether he resigned forcefully or he was told to step aside. I do not know. But I can tell you for sure, I am been a beneficiary of IBC. In fact, when we went to the street, sometimes I used to tell them, hapana, now mnadanganya wa Kenya. I told them, hapana.
Expound. What do you mean, beneficiary?
Beneficiary is because I've been announced by IBC
so
as
you
a
are
winner.
elected without any problem?
Without any problem. Let me tell you, my constituency, during election time, I had 135 agents in all the polling centers. And all these agents were reporting to me. They had my phone. I told them, asubuhi mkiingia, take a photo, send me. I give you 1,000. Umefika kwa station, you've told me what is happening.
So now you're party agents?
Yes, not party, mine.
Your agents as an aspirant?
Whom I gave also to the party.
Okay.
Because I was the only MP there. Ikifika saa 4, take another photo. I see what is happening. Kama ni laini ndefu ama fupi naziona. Okay? Kama laini ni ndefu alafu kuja kunidanganya there are few ILC. Ikifika saa 8, take another one. Saa 9, any problem, anything, I could tell. From
how many polling centers are this?
135.
Okay.
All of them were reporting to me, not to my manager. Because a manager can also be corrupted. To me. By 7, the polls closes at 5, sometimes to 6.
They push it to 6 sometimes.
They say to 6.
There are already people in the queue.
In the queue.
Yes.
By 7, all stations in the country are closed. They have started to count. They start with the president. And then they go to member of parliament. So mine came by 7:30. I decided receiving my results because I told them, take the form 34B. Pick a picture, need to me. Don't tell me you have 10. No. Just take the form, the photo. So that is it signed? If it's not signed, mwambie we sign your form. So send me the photos. I had by 8:30 I had 135 forms 34B on my phone. I tabulated. By 9:30 you are taking Glenfiddich. 9:30.
One of my favorite, by the way.
Yes. By 9:30 people are wondering, this guy is bana hata wajatangaza and they are busy celebrating here. Because I had my results already by 9:30. And by that time presidential
results
had already been
tabulated in your constituency.
So Raila Odinga just needed 290 of Caleb Amisi to give him the results. 290 of Caleb Amisi to give him the results. So I as long as you have agent and a structure of election on that day,
yes,
There's nothing like kuibiwa kura.
So it doesn't matter who is at the helm of IBC.
It doesn't matter. We always accuse IBC chairman nini. That guy one does not vote. He does not. It cannot be an agent of the president in all the stations. There are more than 14,000 or whatever stations.
Which one? You know what you've just said?
Yeah.
You've answered a question that we've alluded to and referenced for a long time.
Yes.
What is the role of the citizenry?
Where in elections?
Yes. What is the role of the member of parliament? That's a citizen. Because if a member of parliament vying for a certain seat in a certain constituency in a certain political party takes it upon themselves to do due diligence to ensure that their votes are accounted for, it will be done.
Yes.
Instead of the excuses we hear, so you the headquarters didn't have agents. No. It means that is a member of parliament who understood his role, and understood what he needed to do, and in so doing, the party benefited.
Yeah. So me, and those results were not different from the results I got at the final tally. Now moja final tally zilikuja nini after 2 days. That's when I was given my results. I had already have it.
Na zilikuja shilingi kwa nyingine.
Exactly. So I took the forms. So how can you get another form at the tally that is different?
There was not even a difference of plus or minus 5 votes.
If there was, it is them.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is just about being keen all the way from the polling station to the time now they bring the tally. And before then, there was something that was happening, and that's why I became very keen. In my previous election, when the results came to the county tallying center, the constituent tallying center, somebody called me. Nilikuwa nimezubaru, nimechoka, nikaenda kulala.
Glenn Fidik.
That one I didn't take because I was not sure.
All right.
Nilisema I've done my best. Nikishinda sawa. Nisiposhinda I'm still young. I have another time too. Nikaenda nikalala. I was woken up usiku wa manane. Wakaniambia unaibiwa kura. Toka umeshinda lakini unaibiwa kura. So when I went there I was told they noticed somebody was keen in that my vote was 112. But my vote was 121. Yeye akaweka 21. To look like it is an error, but it's an intended error.
That's 100 votes.
Yes. So somebody noticed it. Kumbe there is a way they knew, sasa huyo tukitaka tu mnyang'anya kidogo, alafu we announce the rest aende kwa koti. You get it? The rest aende
kwa
koti ku defend. And once they have announced,
it's a wrap.
The rest court.
So you want to
so I went
preempted there before it is announced.
Yes. I went there in the nick of time. Ndio vijana wakaja kwa talent center, wakaleta vurugu, wakaonyesha mawe huyo returning officer akamwambia ndugu, our son has won. You announce any results, one of us either wewe ama sisi mmoja atatoka hapa maiti. That guy to announce me.
Mheshimiwa, I have stolen some 10 minutes for you.
That guy najai rudi Kitale tena.
Alijua hapa ni kubaya. There's someone who says, Salimia Caleb, I vote far from county 006 lakini namkubali huyo kaka, talking sense. We need to be swayed by ideology, not pocketology. Thank you so much. And many others wenye wameongea huku katika YouTube. But folks, I'm so sorry. Let's do this again soon, Mheshimiwa. We invite you. Kuja tuambie, utupatie progress ya ODM and where you guys have gone. And then of course we shall of course engage the audience to also get their views. But this is where we come to a close, folks, as far as the People's Breakfast is concerned. Tunasema ni kwaheri. We leave you in the safe hands of Rania. She's coming through for the retro box. And don't forget also Lady Mathai comes through for the power drive at exactly 3 in the p.m. Right now though, tunasema kwaheri.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. I have been removed from ODM's National Executive Council, says Saboti Member of Parliament Caleb Amisi. Amisi, speaking on Radio Generation, claims he has been unfairly removed from his position as the Deputy National Organizer